All right, so um, this is a different setup than you guys have seen. The audio is going to be a little bit scuffed today because I'm not at my desk, and I have my microphone is literally attached to a cutting board that is clamped to a rack because I couldn't figure out any other way to do it. Also, my camera is in a way different spot than normal. Um, I also think my camera is zoomed in. Hang on a second. It shouldn't be zoomed in. There we go. Lighting is good enough. Everything got reset again. I don't understand why. I swear to God. There we go. Good. Nice bench vise. Thank you. It's old and it's my dad's, and I haven't used it before. I just took it from storage because he was leaving the state, and it's a perfectly good bench vise. And I'll someday take it apart and get rid of the rust and repaint it and stuff. But yeah, I mean, let me know if you guys ever have any issues with audio. Again, I keep trying to look up here because my camera usually is. But if you have any audio issues or whatever, just let me know. I also was having problems with the camera freezing every couple of minutes, but I think I fixed that now. But yeah, today we are going to, or I guess you're gonna watch me with zero prior experience and very minimal institutional knowledge. I'm gonna try to make a belt. This is for my one of my cosplays. I have a belt currently that is like $2 and it's shitty and it's not long enough. So I bought this leather blank. It's a wizard cosplay. So that's why I'm kind of going with the kind of this is the I 3D printed I drafted and 3D printed this kind of Celtic knot design. We have another one here just in case it needs to be fatter. But I'm going to be using the vise to kind of press it into there. But it's going to be kind of cool looking. I don't know how long this is going to take, how messy it's going to be, because we have like leather dye and stuff, so it's probably going to be a lot. I might need to get up at some point to get a towel just to like lay it down here, which I probably should have done before I started. But I have some plastic bags over here too that I might use. But also I don't really care about this table because I made it and it needs to be refinished anyways, so it's not a big deal. So I guess I don't know. I don't really know where to start with this. I guess so. I have these loops. It's going to be one of those like double loop belts where you put it through one loop and then wrap it around and then to the second loop. Or you can just take 2 leather straps to the blacksmith forge and with the press of an A button you're set. Yeah, but that's if you already, or that's if you don't have a level 99 whatever, I don't know, crafting. So again, I have no idea what I'm doing here, and this isn't like this isn't a tutorial by any means. I just look at the leather. I think this end is a little bit thinner, so I'm going to use this as the loop end because it needs to fold back on itself, and it's a whole thing. But for now, I think I'm going to start with the taper, or whatever you would call it. Like, you know how a belt usually has a little taper? I'm going to make it a little bit fancy. Also, I'm going to try to keep an eye. It tastes like a shoe. I'm going to try and keep an eye on chat as well as I can, but I am going to be looking down a lot, doing like precise things, so we'll kind of see. So yeah, I want like it's hard to illustrate, but I kind of want, it's a weird way to describe it, but I want the end to almost be like a butt plug shape. Oh, thank you, Jubilio, for the $1. I appreciate it. Shoe stream. This is not a shoe stream, this is a belt stream. I just left teeth marks in this. Good thing I'm cutting that out. Oh, the kill cam is not going to work, by the way. It's not set up for that. I mean, if I go back to here, you can have it, I guess. There you go. Yeah, it's weird to describe it, but I kind of want it to be like a butt plug shape. I want it to kind of go down here, be like a nice rounded shape, and then kind of dip back in. And we'll do that with this can of corn that I have here, just to mark the bevel or the radius. And I'm using my mat here to help me find the center. Doesn't need to be perfect. But this is for my wizard cosplay, and it doesn't need to be perfect anyways, because my, I guess you could call it philosophy for my wizard character is that he's kind of like a Gandalf type of character where he doesn't really, he's not worried about aesthetics too much. Like he has some fancy stuff and he could look nice, but um there's just no need for it if you're an like all powerful wizard. Plus everything is like when you're a wizard you make stuff yourself. So you know you kind of end up having a lot of stuff that is very homemade looking, for lack of a kinder term. Again, I don't have any idea what I'm doing. I'm decent with mechanical things, and I'm decent at making stuff that is physical, but never done leather before. So I hope I have the right tools and the right mindset going into this. So you can kind of see, I don't know if you actually can see. Not really. Oh shit, I almost just spilled the water. But there's a little bit of a shape on there that I'm gonna cut out. Hopefully my knives are good enough for this too. I have some... do you have any backup blanks? I do not, and I think that's fine. Because these are actually surprisingly expensive. I was, I thought it was gonna be like $10. This is like $35, which I'm pretty sure is really overpriced. But it's kind of all I had. Because I mean, like I could have gone to a specialty leather store somewhere around here, which would have been a whole thing. And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna buy it on Amazon because it's so much easier. All right, let's do the first cut. Hope this is actually really a pivotal moment potentially, because if this just doesn't work and it's way harder to cut through than I thought, then it's going to be a long stream. Okay, I got to be careful to not overdo it here. Oh, it's cutting extremely easily. I don't think it's cutting all the way through, but it cuts really easily. Oh my god, I'm really bad at this because I just missed the mark by like a lot. I do have, I mean, I want the belt to be as long as possible, but I do have I have a couple inches to work with here if I need to trim things down. Also, very, 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 very important thing when any kind of knife work is going on, never cut towards your fingers. Always make sure you have a good grip on the blade. Always use a sharp blade as well. Save you from putting too much force into it and slipping. And a lot of the shape can be refined because we're going to sand it too. You can sand leather, apparently. So I'm going to try that out in just a second here, because this cut is rough. All right, so there's the shape. It's not really as round as I was wanting. I think I might have done a bad shape or a bad cut. Not that the tip isn't round, but I wanted these parts to be more round. Lucky you with the spare inches. Yeah, I wish I had that somewhere else too. Believe me. Only got the 1 inch to work with. All right, I'm gonna try to kind of just freehand this a little bit to take off a little bit more, make it a little bit rounder, more the shape that I want. It's there's a special knife that you're supposed to use that you kind of roll as you cutting, and you kind of put pressure down on it and slowly kind of go around until you get the right, I keep looking up here, until you get the right rounded shape. I do not have that knife because it's, again, it was like $40 and I didn't want to buy that because this is a budget costume. It's not supposed to be super expensive, even though this did end up costing quite a bit for all this stuff. But I've been wanting to get into casual leather making for a while. I think I fixed that a little bit. I gave it a little bit more of a round shape here and here. And let's try sanding it now. There it is. Oh yeah, it sands super well. Damn. Leather's awesome to work with so far. And we're going to be dyeing it. We're going to be pressing it. We're going to be sewing today. We're going to be doing a little bit more cutting. We're going to burnish the edges to make it nice and smooth on the edge. Because like I said, I do want it to be kind of homemade looking, but I want it to also be quality. I don't want it to be terrible. There's also this really rough texture on the back of the leather because it's like it's not leather that's glued, two pieces glued together. It's like raw on the back. I don't know if there's a way to make it less rough, but it's very rough. I think I might just have to deal with it because sanding it seems to just make it worse, as far as I can tell. Yeah, it just makes it worse. I think there's a tool that you can get that kind of scrapes it off, but I don't have that. Okay, I'm going to be making a mess here, so I don't really care about all the scraps. Okay, so now I have that. I'm going to make a line going across here. I'll just use this as a ruler. Let's go like here. I'm trying to be light with my scribe on there because I don't want to have to. I don't want to like mess up the finish because if you like a really light scribe is really easy to erase, right? And even a darker one would not be that hard to erase. But the issue is if you press too hard, then you're going to leave a dent in the leather that's hard to get out. Okay, so now, like, actually, let's do one more here. Do it like this, I think. Okay, it's not leaving a line at all. Maybe I should have used like a Sharpie or something. Not a Sharpie, but like a pen. Yeah, I think that's about the shape that I want. I go a little further on it. I'm actually just gonna press the can. Yeah, there we go. Pressing the can in, it leaves a little indent instead of having to use the pencil. That'll probably be easier to follow as I cut it. I'm also gonna get a different blade this time. So you can see the kind of shape I'm going. No, never mind. I don't know why I think you can see that. It's too bright. And I don't know how to balance my camera exposure properly. It's like everything looks great in this scene. It doesn't look perfect, but it looks great. And I don't know how to maintain that look and also have it not, be really blown out when I get too close to the light. Which I guess there's not really much you can do about that, right? Oh yeah, this is a way better knife. I was basically using a butcher knife before. This is like a X-Acto blade, a scalpel, surgical instrument. There we go. It does take a couple passes, it seems. Which is fine. It makes it actually a little bit less stressful because then you can maybe get away with fixing your mistakes. If it's not too bad, it doesn't cut all the way through. I'm just really worried about slipping and just cutting like the belt in half, which would be kind of ass. But there is a design. If that happens, or like if this just looks terrible, where's Cookie? Cookie actually was up here a minute ago, but I don't know where she went. But if this ends up looking just awful, this end, I do have another backup design that I can do. But I really do want to maintain as much length as possible, because I want it to go down to like my knees. Because I want to wrap around me, go through the loop, and then fold up through the belt, and then down, kind of like between my legs, sort of. Again, I keep looking over here because I just am used to it, but let's get this done though. So I think this is going to decide where we start doing our pattern because the pattern's not going to fit in here. But the pattern has to use this as reference of where to start. Almost there. got kind of a weird shape here. I feel like I'm cutting it wrong, kinda. It keeps being more sloped than it should be. Also, if you guys ever like, actually, you know what? Let me try something. I'm gonna set up another camera here. That's not what I want. Actually, you know, I'm gonna duplicate this scene. Let me do this. I'm gonna get like a close up for you guys. It's not gonna be very clear close up, but it should be better. How do I do this? Yes. Should I? Oh wait, no. Hang on. Right. That's the wrong thing. Come on, give me the fucking camera. OBS is super not helpful sometimes when it comes to trying to select certain things. All right, let's see if this works even a little bit. It's not very clear, but maybe it's a little bit better for when I'm doing this kind of more fiddly stuff. That way, you guys can actually see something interesting. This is probably not the best way to do this, but again, don't know what I'm doing. And I don't think my blades are as sharp as they should be. Or as like sturdy and inflexible, because these ones are made for cutting not leather, I'm pretty sure. And they kind of want to bend and warp their way through the leather rather than forcing the leather apart. Which is good for some things, like paper, because paper doesn't really have that resistance, and you want a nice thin cut on paper. Also, I'm realizing leather, because I've watched like leather maker videos and stuff, people making belts and wallets and shoes and bags and stuff. But I didn't realize how messy leather is. It's kind of like wood. There's just lots of dust everywhere, lots of shit, kind of just lingers. Also, I genuinely like the title kind of is like clickbaity, but I really don't know if anyone has ever made a belt on Twitch, like a leather belt. So there is the shape that I was going for. It's going to be the tip of it. I'm going to round this off just a little bit here. Like I said, kind of a butt plug shape, but kind of what I want to go for because it otherwise looks kind of cool. I'm going to round these off too, actually. Like if you don't think about the shape too hard, it's a cool look, I think. Oh, also, I wanted to put on some background music. Just to have. How is the volume of that for you guys? It should just be really low, just in the back. Dull knives save lives. That's not true. Yeah, but I want you guys to basically barely be able to hear that. Just have something to hang out to in the background. Sounds good? Cool. All right, that one was much better. I think cutting like on top of it rather than from back here is a little bit better. So I think this is a little bit thinner than I wanted it to be, but it has the general look to it that I want. Just gives it sets it apart a little bit, I think. All right, so the pattern has to get stamped all the way through here, which we're going to be using the bench vise for. Jesus. I also don't have it mounted to anything, so it's kind of just wobbling around. Let me fix the camera for you guys too. There you go. My only issue with the music is that the chill vibes are too strong and I feel EP. I mean, do you want the Skyrim music back? We could do that. Actually, let me move this back a little bit. No, it's fine. All right. Let's get some water on this. I think this part's easy. Okay, so I say that I have 0 leatherworking experience. I do technically have leatherworking experience, which was making like a leather bracelet at church camp one time. And I don't really think that counts because I also spelled my name wrong. So you gotta get it wet. Well, I should say I spelled my name wrong, but I used the wrong letter. Like I thought that one of the letters was a letter that it wasn't. So you get it wet to get it a little bit soft. I don't know if this is actually to make it flexible or if it's to make it so that the print kind of stays. I don't really know. If I stop talking, just assume the worst, like a single mother that drives a Hummer drove through the front window and ran over my legs. Jesus. All right, I'm gonna kind of just wing it and start here. Looks about right. This is like, the first one of these is gonna take a second because I have to actually get it to the right width. I'm also really hoping that I can keep it relatively centered. I probably should have made this this stamp have a little guide on it, so because it's the exact width of the belt. Let's see. I need to go over. This part's probably going to be one of the longest because there's the burnishing step that apparently takes really long, but I could finish that some other time. So I think normally you would hammer this in, but I'm going to try this for now, just to see how it goes. Also, I need to move this water because I'm going to spill on my keyboard. It seems like it's working, but it seems like it's going to be really hard to do this 12 to 30 times. Okay, yeah, that did not work very well. You can see it's kind of in there. Let's try... Also leaving a lot more of the 3D print kind of layer lines on there than I was expecting. Let's try using the hammer. Also, let me know if this is just like god-awful audio-wise when I do this. Let me get this back in position. That's gonna be difficult, huh? This needs to be wetter too. I need like, I think, a ton of water on here. Yeah, there we go. Let it real soak in. Okay. This is the right side, right? Yeah. Okay, I think I got it in place. This is like the most important place. Maybe I should have started on the other side. Okay, right there. And then I'm going to smack it with a hammer. Again, let me know if this is like really bad for your ears. Okay, this is not this is not working the way that I thought it was going to. I think this might be too big. Was the audio bad? Like, obviously it's peaking, but like, is it like loud peaking, or is it just not sound good peaking? It was fine. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna put something under here, I think, to hold it up. Doesn't help me. Oh, bitch. There you go. There we go. Wait, no, that's just gonna break, isn't it? Shit, hang on. What about... what do I have around here? Within reaching distance. Oh, I guess I could just use the hammer. There we go. Okay, that helps a little bit. I wish I had this mounted like to the edge of the table. It would be much easier. All right, let's try this again with the clamp, and I'm going to wet this really nice again. So I think adding water also kind of undoes it too, but I think it's okay. And now it's starting to kind of register into the place that it needs to be, at least. Okay, now that it's like this, I think I could really crank down on it. God damn. Oh, you know what? I think I see what the problem is. I might need to get... Shit, I actually don't know how to fix this. I might either have to use the hammer, or I need to get like some sort of plank to go in here, because these plates that are here that actually grip things are not flush with the rest of the vise, so it's only putting pressure on a smallish part. That, or I guess I could just do the top and bottom separately. But again, that's just going to take a lot longer to do. But let's see what we can get away with here. So at least try to get one section nice and done. We try using a cloth. I could. I was thinking like a piece of wood or something, but I don't really have all the stuff to get that set up. Man. It's not too bad. It's not as deep as I want it to be, but it's not too bad. I think the dye is going to make this much darker than everything else either way. I'm going to try the hammer a little bit more, because I think the hammer can be more easily, like, pressure can be applied to different places more easily, to specific spots. A couple little overlap issues, but yeah, it actually is keying into the right spot now. Let's try this a little bit more. I feel bad for my neighbors. Also, I completely had that in the wrong spot. Shit. See how off-center it is now? Oh. Let's get that wet again. You can kind of undo things by wetting it, but not really. I just wish that I had a better clamp. I thought the clamp was going to come in so clutch, but it really didn't. Or vise, I mean. Let's try this again. Yep, definitely have a double image here, but I think this depth is about as good as I'm gonna get with the tools that I have. So I'm okay with that. I think it looks decent for what it is. I mean, to get a little closer, you can see how there's that double image on the edge, but unless you're looking for it, I don't think you're really gonna see it. Which, I mean, you guys probably are, and I am, because I know about it, but... I would have made this shorter, because it would have been, I think, better for the hammer. But, you can see what I can do is I can use the previous section to kind of key into. Like that. And then, actually, let me turn this around. I think that'll be better. really worried about spilling the water. All right, let's see how this goes with just the hammer. Big hits. Damn. Yeah, that's not great. All right. Well, Vite it is. It's just gonna take a lot longer. And probably not be as accurate. But, that's what we got. Wait, without the cardboard, the vise stands up? Why? What? I guess that kind of makes sense. Sort of, in a way. Alright, well. I think I will do what you suggested too. I'm going to use the cloth here to kind of wrap around it. See if I can distribute the force a little bit better. To get this in place so it's not going to keep falling off the table. I feel like I need to put a disclaimer on the screen that I haven't done this before, because I feel like people are going to come in here and they're going to be like, oh, look, this guy's making a belt. And they're going to be like, what the fuck is he doing? And it's just completely wrong the whole time. Problem with the hammer too is I think sometimes the stamp is jumping a little bit and it's causing it to have that kind of ghost thing going on. The double image. Damn, it's really hard to line it up. It's because I thought this was going to be so much deeper than it is. But it's really just barely pushing it in. Shit. Alright, let's try it with the cloth. Maybe that'll help. Use rubber bands to secure the cloth to the vise. Yeah, that could potentially work. I do have some rubber bands too. I'm just trying to crank it as hard as I can. Probably if I was doing this just on my own time, I probably would leave it there for a couple minutes each time, but I don't really want to do that. Leave it cronked for a bit longer. Actually, that was pretty good. That actually seemed to do the trick. It's not as deep, but it's pretty good. But at the same time, I think I'm still gonna have to do 2 passes, so might as well just not use the cloth. It's so I don't know, let me show you what the actual problem is here. Come on, water, don't spill. Actually, you can barely see it, but right here, I put something like that. You can see. Come on. So right here, there's a little step. I don't know if you can see that. It's very tiny, especially on that end. But that step is causing it so that this whole portion down here isn't actually pressing against the leather, which in turn is making it so that the leather is not being pressed into the form.
Hotshot SD asked me, what's the best way to stamp a pattern onto a blank leather belt? The art of leather crafting. To stamp a pattern onto a blank leather belt, one must first ensure the leather is damp but not wet.
Yep.
Place the leather on a hard surface, then choose your stamp and carefully apply pressure evenly across the design using a mallet. Repeat until the desired pattern is imprinted. Patience and precision are key in achieving a beautifully embossed leather belt.
So, 2 things about that I think, if I was smarter, would have been better. This pattern is too big, so there's too much surface area. It's also not metal, which is probably kind of helps a little bit to keep it in place, at least. and cut through a little bit. But also I'm on this table is a sheet of plywood on top of some dimensional lumber. I mean, it looks nice. It's painted or stained and stuff, but it's basically a drum. And pounding on it with a hammer is, you know, I'm on top of my downstairs neighbor's kitchen, so I don't want to be that guy for the next hour. So I think I'm gonna go with the vice route. I just need to... Oh shit. Wait, you mentioned... Oh, no, that wouldn't work because it needs to move. Never mind. I was gonna say, you mentioned using rubber bands to hold the cloth in place, but I was thinking to hold the pattern in place onto the device. That would be awesome. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have to just be okay with the pattern not being super clean. Because I can't... That's not gonna work. I can't realistically get it to be in a consistent spot. This has to... Shit. Because I can get it close, but I can't get it perfect. I don't have that that skill yet. I do think if I had more time to do this, like if I was gonna, you know, take a week or so to work on this more, I would probably redesign the stamp so that it had some sort of slot that the belt fed into, so that it couldn't become off-center. I do think you're right, though. Like, kind of like what I was saying, but I mean, you were agreeing with me. Is leave it for a second, let it kind of sink its teeth in, sort of, and dry out a little bit, maybe. It seems like it's bouncing back a little. Also, this pattern does not... I mean, it would be cool if it went down the entire belt, because, like, look how much I have here. Like, there's so much still. It really doesn't need to go over the entire belt. I would like it to, but it doesn't have to. Because I want to get it dyed and burnished and everything today. So, we'll see where we get. And this stream doesn't need to be... Like, it doesn't need to be short or anything. I'm fine going until it's done, but I don't want to, like, be up here until midnight, you know? Alright, let's get the next one. It's looking pretty good so far. It doesn't quite have the texture that I wanted, because it's not, like I said, it's not as deep as I thought it was going to be, but it's not bad. This is the most finicky part, though, is getting this thing lined up. Wish I could somehow... I guess I could kind of clamp the... I could use like some chip clips to hold this on in place while I'm putting it in here, but I don't really, I don't really want to. There's a lot of things I could be doing to make this better, but like I said, I'm working with what I got. Ah. Let it sit there. I'm liking this shape though, the more that I see it. It needs to be rounded a little bit more here, but it's actually kind of cool. To be a little bit, like I said, these go in a little bit further than I would have liked, I think, but it's not bad. Try to leave it for maybe 30 seconds each time. Also need to make sure that I grab it when it's coming out, because I think last time it fell when I was loosening it, and that was ass. Get snug. There we go. Jubilio, what is that emote? I can't tell what it is.
Jubelio asked me, how can making a DIY leather belt make me a better Ford F-150 owner? Well, crafting a leather belt won't magically make you a better Ford F-150 owner, but it might give you some practice in precision and patience. Just like when you need to navigate tight spots or haul heavy loads with your Ford F-150. Attention to detail is key. Remember,
I'm
built
kind
Ford
of surprised
tough.
both of them have been talking about patience and precision and stuff, which, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, like, to a degree. But I don't know. I wouldn't peg leather working as something that you have to be really patient for, other than, I guess, you know, taking your time to make sure things are good, but I don't know. Ooh, that one's clean. That one's really clean. Compared to the rest. It's more consistent than all the rest. I might have to come back through some of these later and kind of push them back down. Alright, that looks awesome. Okay. Let's keep going. Also, I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a weird crease. Yeah, you can't really see it. There's a weird crease in the leather there, though. I don't know if that's something I did at some point, or it just came like that. I think I was fucking around with it at one point, just to try to, like, soften it up a little bit, but because this is, like, very firm, thick leather, which I wish it wasn't quite so thick, but... Oh, was the emote that fox, but gasping? Yeah, getting a really solid imprint on the last one really helps a lot, because it helps get it in the right spot and keep it in the right spot as I'm moving the thing around. Go. Again, if this was off the edge of the table and like bolted to the table, I could crank this way harder. But like, if I want to crank it this way right now, it's just gonna twist the whole thing. But if it was bolted down to the table, I could go up and down. But this just hits the. Well, I don't know, you guys can't really see it, but there's the little thing that I'm twisting. This thing, it kind of slides back and forth, so I could crank down on it here with this hand too, and like go down on this hand and up on this hand. But I just can't because there's a table in the way. I really like the texture of this, though, how it feels. It feels like really, I don't know, it just feels like a nice leather thing. I don't know how to describe it any other way. It just feels, I guess, somewhat professional, even though it's very much not. So far though, I kind of loving working with leather. It's only been about an hour, but it's really, I mean, this part is not the easiest, but it's really fun. It's like really pleasant to cut. It smells nice, has a nice texture in your hands. It's also, I mean, kind of technically sort of a waste product, right? Because we eat way more cows than leather that we use. So might as well put it to some use, right? You'd think it would be cheaper, though, considering it's kind of a waste product, sort of. I guess, you know, nice leather is... Like, they do raise cows for really good leather, but I think most leather is not that type of leather. I think my wrists and hands are going to be tired by the end of this for cranking this thing so hard. Yeah, this is okay. This is looking great. It's not super centered, but it's really consistent now. Awesome. More water. I should use that rag instead of the paper towel for this. Also, do you guys want me to just keep it on the close-up? Because I can move the camera closer if you just want a better, like a close-up the whole time, or do you guys want to see like my ugly mug too? So I can switch it every once in a while if you want. But I could make it more HD if you guys want just the hand cam. Which I think kind of makes sense considering it's like this is where the project is. This is what I'm doing. Actually, let me do that. While this sets up, let me do that. Ow, fuck. It's probably gonna sound awful, I'm sorry. Actually, I'll just mute it. Today's Killdozer anniversary day. Rest in peace, buddy. I mean, also, fuck you, but rest in peace. Get in your hole. That's not a good angle. Hang on. I can do that better. What? Why is it? Oh, shit. Alright, and then I gotta fix it in OBS too. Just don't ask to see my face because I'm not gonna switch it back. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's a lot clearer, I think. Okay. To it. Oh, microphone, right? Yeah, gotta bring that over here. It's funny, you can hear it kind of peel off. Kind of like gets pushed out of the hole that it's in. Makes like a sound. I have a weird question for you guys. When you... Okay, so first I'll ask, like, do you guys have like an inner monologue, right? When you are thinking in your head? Like when you're thinking in your head, oh, like I gotta go to the store today. Do you like say in your head, I gotta go to the store today? Or is it just like, just the idea of store today? Okay, so you do. All right. When you talk, do you like, even just the tiniest bit, are there like little tiny micro movements in your mouth that are kind of your mouth almost habitually going through the motions? Like the idea, like it's like the signal is hitting your mouth almost to move and say these words, but it's not actually moving. You know what I'm talking about? That might sound super schizo. No? Like, so the word howdy, right? If you close your mouth and just think howdy, like just the word howdy, I feel my tongue move just like the tiniest bit. And it's almost always, you know what I'm talking about though? Okay, so US Army invested research into sublingual communication. Wait, really? That's basically what that describes? Is that something that like AI could detect? Because I don't want it to be able to read my thoughts. That's crazy. I was thinking about that last night in bed. Like that's why I brought it up. Because like, what if we have computers that can like detect that in the future, like just the tiniest movements, and be like, oh, like that's what that person's thinking. That sounds scary. They able to intercept signals going to your vocal cords, but you have to consciously send those signals to your voice box first. I think that's what happens, is I get, like, I guess I consciously send them to my vocal cords and my mouth, my tongue and stuff, and they start to happen, but like I can feel my body doing something while it's happening. I'm not like doing it on purpose, you know? I'm so glad you guys know what I'm talking about. Still kind of freaked out about the idea of it being able to be read possibly by something though. Because like, I mean, being hooked up to a machine, sure, yeah, like wouldn't be surprised if that's possible, but you know how like in like the movie Eagle Eye, where I don't send voice signals down to my throat just in case their amateur mind readers are around. But you know the movie Eagle Eye, where the AI, the robot or whatever, like reads or like it hears their voices by seeing the micro vibrations in like a cup of coffee through a window, and like it knows exactly what they're saying, like that kind of shit, but for like monitoring somebody's like jaw or whatever to know what they're thinking. Yeah, it sounds like the hackers that were able to decode keyboard clicky clacks and translate it. Yeah, that's true. I think that's also why, I mean, this might be common knowledge, but that's why different, well, I mean, I don't think this is the primary reason, but it's something that I think people have talked about before, where when you press numbers on a keypad or a like phone keypad, they all have a different tone slightly. So somebody could listen to you typing a number and know who you're calling. That's why if you need to make a private call and you don't want anybody to know who you're calling potentially, even if it's, you know, like a situation like Twitch, for example, like if I'm calling my dad and I need to type his number in for whatever reason instead of using my address book, I don't want people to know my dad's phone number, so like I would have to mute my mic just to even type the number in, because there's weird autists out there that are gonna find, they're gonna be, oh, I know the number because the sounds. I feel like the hackers that did the keyboard clicky clack thing though, they have to know like which keyboard you use and like where the microphone is placed relative to it, right? They would have to. And I feel like some keyboards just wouldn't work. I guess you would just target laptops, right? Because the microphone's always in the same spot. And the keyboard's always the same for the most part. This is, by the way, this looks awesome so far. Like, this looks perfect. Again, it's not quite as deep as I wanted it to be, but it looks really cool. I think in an ideal world, what I would have done if I had thought about it and if I had the technology is I would have actually inverted the pattern. I would have had the part that right now is sunk in, I would have had that come out and then have like all around it up until like the edge here, I would have had it go inside and have that be the dark zone. I think that would have been cool. This song played the first 3 notes of Black Parade, and I thought that that's what it was going to play. I think I got a rhythm down here. I don't think this is, I mean, there's still a lot of belt left. We're not even halfway done, but I kind of got a system down that's working pretty quick. Just gotta eat the elephant now. And make sure that I don't fuck it up. Okay, I almost just did. By the way, when I'm kind of talking quieter and I'm like leaned in like this, you guys can still hear me, right? I think I have the gain really damn high, and I have like some of the limiters off. Yep, you can hear me, sweet. If only this thing was like a millimeter thicker, this whole setup here, I would be able to crank down on this so much easier. Because right now it's like almost horizontal and it makes it really awkward to get underneath, and it's hard to push down because of the whole twisting thing. I'm glad I got this thing, by the way, because my table would be completely ruined if not. Oh, ad break. See you guys in a minute. I keep meaning to make a command that, or like a bot or whatever that talks in chat when an ad happens, but so I think there's a lot of people that don't know how ads work and like why I do them, because I would not have ads on this channel if I could have pre-rolls and regular ads off, but it's like pre-rolls are so awful for a stream. Imagine streamer for nearly 2 hours while muted. Dude, stop. It still like makes me so upset. I feel like because I had like in my opinion, the best commentary on the game so far in that episode, but now nobody will ever hear it and I'll never remember what it was. I mean, there's a couple parts that I remember, like I don't know if you saw, but when I was fighting, like I was fighting someone over the shotgun, like she grabbed the shotgun and I was struggling with them to try to grab it back from her. That part, like, that was insane. That blew my fucking mind. Because like I was sitting there saying like, point down and shoot, point down and shoot, point down and shoot, point down and shoot, and then that happened and I freaked out. I just was not expecting the character to actually do whatever makes sense. Because I've never this game had it a bunch of times where like, I think Resident Evil even had it. When the bad guy, okay, so like it's one thing to have a bad guy who's like, oh, he's like stealing stuff or like he killed like a person, which I mean is awful, right? It's one thing to you know, point a gun at them and say like, stop, like I'm arresting you or you're in trouble, whatever. When there's somebody that is like unquestionably just evil, like super evil, and they have like caused so much turmoil, just fucking shoot them as soon as you see them. Don't even like, what is the point of I don't, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you give them the mercy? Like for example, if you saw the like Umbrella Corp guy or whatever, like the bad scientist, and he was sitting there trying to turn the T virus into thing, like he was about to release it onto the city or whatever, right? And it was going to kill millions of people. Like, there's no, you don't give that person a concession. You just shoot. One thing I was surprised is when you shot the mom in the face, her face didn't get blown off. I've seen that cutscene and it's usually much gorier. That's weird. I don't know why it would be like that. I mean, possibly. Also, this belt is kind of, I don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of, you can't really see it. It's kind of bending. Like it's kind of curling, like sideways. Yeah, I don't know why it would be different. Maybe they updated the game because it was too much, or maybe I had like some sort of less blood and gore mode on that I didn't realize. I'm not really a huge gore enthusiast in games. Like, I mean, it's fine. Like, it doesn't bother me necessarily, but it's like, there's people that get really excited when like, oh, this game is so violent and gory, and it's just like, okay, like, relax, psycho. Like when World at War came out, Call of Duty World at War, which is my favorite Call of Duty, I think. that game, like, people were so excited that it had kind of gore elements in it. This thing is actually really bending in a weird way. I think I need to straighten it out over here. I think getting it wet is causing it to form to whatever my table is shaped like. And like people that like, I mean, I don't really blame these people because it's like, it's not this particularly unpopular. So it's obviously people like it for some reason. It's just macabre sense of enjoyment, I guess. But people that like really gory movies and stuff, I don't get it. I don't know. I'm kind of squeamish, but that's not even what it is. It's just kind of gross. Like, it's just disturbing. Like, I just see it, I'm like, I don't really need to see this. Like, this is kind of just weird. It's kind of like the people that are into, like, really into serial killers and stuff. It's just, I don't get it. It's very strange to me. I'm gonna stop using this. I'm gonna use this thing. Like, the idolization of like Jeffrey Dahmer after the Netflix show, for example, was very kind of creepy to me. You turn anybody into a main character in a Netflix drama and they suddenly become a good guy somehow. Everybody wants to be them. I started playing the Final Shape, the new Destiny 2 expansion today. It was fucking awesome. It's like crazy. I was not expecting a lot of the things that were happening to happen. Stupid sexy serial killers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why? And there's like people that want to marry and like date and constantly talk to like currently convicted serial killers because they think that it's like hot for some reason. And I think there's like there's more than one case of arguably crazy lady going in and, you know, basically forming a relationship with a serial killer or whatever in jail, in prison. And then when they get out like 20 years later, 30 years later, they go and kill the lady. And just like, maybe don't make friends with someone who obviously wants to kill people and like eat them and shit. Like, you're just making yourself an easy target because you're comfortable around them and you're not gonna have your guard up. It keeps feeling like it's getting off-center, like more and more off-center, but I think it's not. I think this pattern is just like, it almost, if you look at it like this, it's centered, but it almost kind of looks off-centered if you look at it from the top, just because it's more busy on one side, I think. I kind of wish I knew, because it says to get it damp but not wet. I wish I knew kind of exactly how much that means. Because, like, when I do gardening as a hobby. Not very much and not very successfully because I don't have like an actual garden, but for so long I saw everybody said like, oh, make sure the soil is moist but not wet. And I never really, I mean, I kind of have gotten to the point where I know what that means now, but it's still such a confusing way to put it that I feel like it doesn't really help new people at all. It's just not relatable enough. Because like if you've been gardening for years, like, yeah, of course you know how wet soil should be for the plant to, you know, have water but not to basically drown or get rot or something in the roots. But somebody that's never done it before, like, I at one point I basically was neglecting my plants that were outside, and I realized like they were fine still and they were actually thriving. because I was overwatering them before, and it was causing them to not get enough oxygen in their roots, which really hurts their performance and their growth. And I've also had plants just straight up die because they were drowning, essentially. It's like, again, they couldn't get enough oxygen in the roots. That's where they absorb carbon dioxide through their leaves, but they absorb oxygen through the roots. It's very important. I mean, not nearly as much oxygen as like a person, of course, but it's still something that they need. Just like they need calcium and lots of other stuff that we also need too. Damn it, I got messed up here. It's really hard to hold it in place sometimes. I wish I had a third arm. Jubilio, I think you did, right? I can't remember, but did anyone else here play Elden Ring and is like extremely excited for the DLC? I just bought it a couple days ago. I can't wait. I'm gonna be streaming it, of course, but I can't wait. It's like I don't know. It's apparently gonna be like an entire sequel, basically, but as a DLC, which is crazy because the game was already like 120 hours long. I don't know. It's gonna be so cool because they've been keeping so many like. They've been revealing a lot of information, but they had trailers that had a lot of stuff in it, right? And you know, it's like, oh, like I don't watch trailers for games like that because I don't want even just the small stuff that they show spoiled. But the director, the creative director of the game, has basically several times alluded to the fact that the DLC is so much more than the trailer let on, and that it's, like I said, like an entire second game basically. And it's just gonna, I don't know, I'm so unbelievably hyped for it, and it's somewhat unfortunate but also fine, I guess, because I have time to do both. But if it comes out like in like 2 weeks when the Destiny expansion just came out, which I think happened last Destiny expansion, I think it came out the same weekend, if not the same day, as Elden Ring itself. Which was kind of crazy. That's why I ended up playing the game Elden Ring a couple months late. This time I will not be doing that though, because first of all, I don't want to get spoiled. I think the odds of getting spoiled on this one are a lot higher because like I have Elden Ring stuff in like my YouTube watch history, so it's gonna be recommending shit to me. But also, like, I don't know, I didn't know what to expect going into it the first time. Like when I first walked out the door, I didn't even know. Like, I knew about the tree, but I didn't know how big it was. I didn't know what the world was going to look like at all. I didn't see any of the open demo beta playtest footage or anything. It was all completely fresh to me, and it was just such a cool experience. And I want to do that again, and I don't want anyone to spoil it. Same with like Sekiro. I took too long to beat Sekiro, and I got the monkey spoiled for me, which was unfortunate. God damn, I can't get this one undone. There we go. Honestly, because this is a kitchen table that I made, but it's like primarily used for, it's like a kitchen island, because our kitchen has a shit amount of counter space in it. So I made a huge kitchen island, basically. That is to the side a little bit. This is like where I do all my prep for food. And it's like completely utilitarian. I really should have just drilled holes and bolted this thing down on the edge. It wouldn't really avert anything, because we don't use this side of the table anyways, and when we do, it's just to eat with guests, but we rarely have guests over, so it doesn't really matter that much. And we could, like, I don't know, cover them with a placemat. I think I been letting it sit a little bit longer than they have to. My God. Yeah, I guess. I mean, taking out a little bit early, I mean, it's about the same, but it's a little bit fainter. Maybe I'll keep doing it the same amount of time I've been doing it. I should have also designed this, because I didn't think about using the bench vise until like 2 days ago. Maybe I should have designed the or if I knew that I was going to use this, I probably would have designed this piece differently. Also, probably just would have made it so that it could screw directly into the vise, because like the jaws that are on here can be replaced with whatever you want. Right now there's just like kind of a diamond knurled pattern on there, but I think I could have pretty easily taken off one of them and just put the pattern there and just stamped it. That would have been so much easier. And it would have also been able to distribute the load a little bit better too. I wish I had maybe like some really thin popsicle sticks or something I could just tape in there. This music is really vibey. It's kind of nice. I think it's called Lo-Fi with My Cat. Shit. I think the thickness of this leather is not consistent at all. Sometimes it just doesn't twist as far, or sometimes it is way looser than you would expect it to be. We're let's see. Yeah, we're about halfway done with the stamping process, which is good, but also, damn, it's a lot. So I was talking about how I wanted to... I didn't need to do it on the whole thing, but then I realized then you wouldn't see it on this side, because I was thinking it just needs to come around one side, but then this side would be blank and it would not look quite right. So we're gonna do it right. I do think though, like I was saying, because I'm gonna put the finish on the what is it? Yeah, the leather color stuff on it. And get the belt loop sewn in and everything, but the burnishing I'm probably gonna do off stream for the most part. I might do a little bit of it just to kind of get the feel for it, but I think that's kind of like a sit in front of the couch with like Netflix on and just go at it for a couple hours kind of thing. It's not really interesting to watch or do even, and I want to do the more interesting stuff today, kind of like when I do Valheim. Like I do the interesting stuff on stream, and then the things that take a really long time and aren't very fun to watch or do, I'll just do off stream, and then I'll show you guys next time. I mean, I was talking about, you know, this is from my wizard cosplay. I'm assuming you guys can maybe guess. That might have something to do with the wizard stream that I'm going to be doing when I get 100 followers. I have a lot planned for that. I haven't done a whole lot of the legwork yet because it's hard, but I have a lot of ideas for that stream, and I think it's going to be pretty fun. Let's just say it'll be very interactive. I I hope. If I can figure out the systems for it. Like the technical aspect of it, I mean. Because I'm okay with OBS automation stuff, but I have a lot to learn. Also really excited for the fish tank stream, because it's going to be similar to this. But that one might be a little bit more interesting, because it's not going to be the same thing over and over again for an hour and a half. This really does look cool, though. I'm glad that it is coming out at least a little bit like how I was imagining. It's like seeing this much of it now makes it look way more like a real pattern, I guess. I wish you guys could feel how rough it is on this backside. It's like rubbing it this way, it's very smooth, but if you rub it this way, it's really rough. It's like Velcro. It's kind of weird. Or like a cat tongue almost. Also found that it's better to kind of keep it tight. Helps keep it in the grooves a little bit better. Not perfectly, but close enough. Have you guys, I don't know, played any games like you recommend lately, or watched any shows or seen any movies? I'm like a little bit, I mean, other than, I have the Destiny expansion now, but I feel like I've been a little bit, this is just like Zoomer talk, but I've been like content starved for the last couple days. And I feel like I need something to watch or do or play. So of course I have stream and lots of games that I do on there, but I'm looking for something that I can play off stream that isn't really a stream type of game. Or I guess obviously movies and shows wouldn't be on stream. Actually, speaking of movies and stream, I thought about, I mean, probably would do this once I have more people watching, but I like the idea of queuing up, I don't know, I watched it recently, so I'll use it as an example, but just slapping on Lord of the Rings, right? Not on stream, but off stream on my computer while I'm live and you can see my face cam. And then just have, like, cut out the little thing on, like the video player where it shows the timestamp so people can sync their own Lord of the Rings copy with mine. And we can just watch it together, basically, but without actually, you know, breaking the law. I think that could work pretty decently. All right, I gotta get it wet first. Sorry you guys can't really see this part. It's not exciting though, I promise you. There's nothing going on. I'm just dabbing a rag on some leather. Jubilee, what's that cat's name? No, not Swiffer, but the other one. Is it I can't remember, is it Jinx? The Siamese cat. Can't remember what you said her name is. And if you don't reply, I'm gonna assume that you had your legs run over by a drunk mom in a Hummer or something like that, whatever you said earlier. God damn. This part of my hand is starting to get kind of sore from pushing this bar over all the time. I wish it was just a little bit longer. So yeah, it's not super long. If it was like, you know, actually here, it'd be perfect. It'd be a little bit easier to do. Because I have to use these, I have to like put my palm, or like this part on the ball here, and it just digs into my hand. Imagine how nice it would be if there was like a... Oh! Okay, yeah, I was gonna say how nice it would be if there was like a hydraulic system for this, but I just realized I think I know a way better system for this if I ever do this again. Probably won't stream it, but it's like, okay, so I 3D printed this thing, right? But imagine if I took this pattern and wrapped it around a cylinder so that it looped, right? Kind of like how it is here. And then I had a cylinder, like a roller, and then I had another roller underneath it that was just flat or had some sort of teeth on it to grip. And then I could put the belt in between them, crank it down, like crank the two cylinders together really tight, and then just pull this through, or even crank it through. And then I think that would actually do a really good job at pushing this in, because it would be a smaller point of contact, so it could press in easier. And it would also not take nearly as long, pretty sure. Or be as tedious. God, this is looking so good though. We're getting close. We have like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 more to go. It's not much. We'll be done in like 10 minutes, maybe. It's actually really surprising. Like you put a lot of water on the leather, and it really soaks it up. But by the time you pull off the vise, it's completely dry. You would think that it would stay wet longer, but it really just, it either evaporates or all gets soaked into the leather, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it also might get squeezed out. There we go. Also have like all these tools. I don't know if you guys saw them earlier, but I have like bought like a little kit. I have no idea how to use most of these. I think this is just for poking holes. There's no... Oh shit, the little ring came off. I think it's just for poking holes, but like there's this one, which is this similar tool, but it has like a... I can barely see it. Yeah, the lighting is making it really bad, the glare. But there's a little hole going through it. Let me see if I can get the plastic thing off. There we go. Little hole going through it, like a sewing needle. I think that's to push really, I think, I don't know. Because like you can sew kind of, right? Like you can stitch back and forth, but I don't know when you would want this versus any other tool. Because there's like needles, there's regular needles. And then there's, I guess, a repair kit, which has other needles. It all came in the same thing, I'm pretty sure. So I don't really know. I don't know what the use case is for each one of these. It might have been good to look up a video, but I wanted to go in blind. See if I could just do it. Yeah, it's stuck. There we go. I'm surprised how little the what's it called? The vise, like the teeth back here, how little it's marking up the back here. It's left like no sign of it pressing into it. It's really surprising. I'm really, really, really looking forward to getting the stain on here. I think it's gonna look really cool. I don't know how good it's gonna be when it comes to like how cleanly it gets applicated, because I know you can have issues where it gets splotchy and stuff. But I think my plan is I'm just gonna sacrifice one of these rags and I'm gonna just kind of go liberally on it, but wipe it off at the same time, kind of like how you would do stain, like on wood. Because I want it to fill in and kind of pool in all the pattern here and get really dark in the pattern, and then stay lighter on the edges. Obviously, there's a couple of spots in here that I might go over again, just one time, because like there's some spots like here, it's not really indented in as much as it should be. I think it was kind of on the edge, and then just didn't have it placed right. Or maybe I got it wet and it kind of sprung back out. So I think it does do that. I think, like I was saying earlier, you can kind of erase what you've done just a little bit with the water. So I think it kind of softens it up and springs back to its original shape. I think it's why you're not really supposed to get, that's like why you finish leather products with a little bit of oil or wax, so that it doesn't really get wet in the future. If you do accidentally get it wet, it stays, like there's like a layer of waterproof oil on the outside, basically. It's crazy to think this would take half the amount of time if the jaws on this vise were not the way that they are. We would probably already be doing stain at this point, or at least stitching the rings on. So I have another weird plan for the rings, for how to kind of connect them. I don't know if it's been, I mean, I'm sure it's been done in some capacity, but I kind of want to, so kind of have it like, it's like doesn't want to bend. I'm just gonna do this side. I want to leave it like this. Why is it so hard for me to show the camera? I want to leave this much here, and this is gonna be the part that actually gets sewn down, and then I want it to get really skinny as it comes down here, and then go back to being fat. Have it kind of like just like a trapezoidal cutout here, and then have a hole here-ish that I can fold this over and then feed it through the hole, so that on the other side the little square will be here, and I'll sew it on. But I'm kind of thinking about maybe not doing that, because not only does it seem like it's a lot of work, but if it doesn't work, then I'm kind of just screwed. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm still going to do that trapezoidal cutout, because the ring doesn't fit here. Let me show. Like the belt barely even fits through this, and when you fit it through, it kind of smushes it in, kind of becomes like, you know, warped and deformed. So I need to cut that out anyways, and I gotta get 2 of these rings in here, and it's also really hard to bend this. And I want it to be relatively flat. It doesn't need to be amazing, but I want it to be relatively flat. So I think what I also need to do is something called skeeving, which I have a knife here that I'm going to attempt to do it. But it's where you take this part, put it down on the table, and then you kind of carve off the top here. You make it more of like a slope. And that way you can not only bend it around easier, but you can also, it's like, it doesn't become like this super thick part of the belt that is kind of unwieldy. It's still thicker, but it's not like double thick. It's not a double stuffed Oreo belt. Ooh, that one's a little rough. know if you can see that, but right here, it's kind of really got fucked up there somehow. But this is going to be like on my side behind me under the cloak, so you shouldn't be able to see it much. I know it seems kind of counterintuitive to have the water so far away from where I'm applying it, but my computer is on this side. I don't want to accidentally spill the water and get it on my computer somehow, even though it would be fine because it has feet and stuff, but I'm paranoid. There's also like a power strip over here that I don't want to get wet. I think in the future, once I have a better setup, because I had to move my whole fucking computer for this, and I'm not going to do that again until I have, like, I'm going to get a wireless camera, like a good one, not my phone, and a lav mic, so I don't have to bring my whole fucking computer to the table when I do stuff like this. Because the fish tank stream, I'm going to have to do the same thing unless I can figure out something else. But, I want to do more streams like this, like on my off days, like on a Monday or whatever, just randomly I'll be like, oh, let's do like, I'm going to make something, or I'm going to like cook an elaborate dinner, or I'm going to, you know, make a fish tank, or I'm going to, I don't know. I don't know what else. I mean, basically cooking and stuff is going to be the main thing. But I'm again, like stuff like this, like I like making things. I mean, a lot of it is usually 3D printed, but I also like doing this kind of stuff too and learning new skills. And it could be kind of a fun way to potentially get other people into the hobbies that I am interested in, like leather making. But it would be cool, again, eventually, if we have more people in here that maybe there's someone in chat that knows how to do this kind of stuff and they have advice for us on how to do it better. And also, like, because I haven't really opened up media share on my stream because I don't think there's enough demand for it, and I don't want it to be free because then it just gets played constantly and it's annoying. But I also don't really want to charge money for it right now, so I'm just have it off. But this would be a perfect time for people to just be able to throw videos up on the screen in the corner while I work on stuff like this, so we can kind of just hang out together, and I could make what I'm making, and you guys could hang out, watch videos, and watch what I'm making and chat. I like that. I like that vibe of that type of content. It might not attract as many people as playing, you know, some game that has like a cult following, but I think for me it's very rewarding, very fun. Ooh, that's a clean one. All right, just a couple more here. The end of the belt is right here. I have a trash can over here that I am just throwing like just whatever I need to throw in there in. And the end of the belt is just going straight. It's like going straight from being crafted and stamped just straight into the trash can. Honestly, I mean, I'm going to use it still, but it's kind of where it belongs because it's not very well made. Once I eventually move and I have like a garage to work in, I plan on, you know, having this kind of stuff set up in a way that isn't just thrown together in one day. Like being able to be loud and have something solid to hammer against, again, that isn't like a big drum. Like even you can see the camera shakes when I do this because it's just on a big wobbly table. But yeah, if I had something a little bit more permanent and dedicated space, I think this probably would been a finished project already. I mean, there's lots of things I could have done to make this better, but even if I didn't have those things, I could have just being loud would have solved it. But I hate to be that guy. I really wish I could make it bite in deeper though. I mean, I'm not going to go back and try that or anything, but I feel like it is possible if I just press it hard enough. But I don't have the torque. I don't have the leverage to be able to do that here with this thing. It's funny, the trash can being here and it going into the trash actually might work out perfectly, because when I start dyeing this thing, I'm gonna run out of space on this table real quick because this thing is longer than the space that I have to work here, and I don't really mind dye getting in the trash bag, so that might actually work out perfectly. So go from one end to the other and let it dangle in there. So we'll be prepping this end next. After this, we're gonna get it ready for, like, we're gonna shape it and everything for the loops. Well, the loops. There we go. And then we'll dye. I think that'll be the next step. And then we'll do sewing, because I think you can't really get everywhere once it's folded across, or once it's folded in half and sewn up everything. You can't really get into the hole here, for example, and get the color in there where you want it. Otherwise you would notice like a big bright patch when you're looking through the loops there. Wouldn't look very good. I said this a little bit ago, that I was starting to find a rhythm, but I feel like I really am now. I think I have way more of a feel for it, of how it should be positioned, to not get it too stray off center or kind of punch incorrectly. Oh, I didn't get to show you guys this earlier, but I want to show you how I have my microphone mounted. So I have this rack here, but it wouldn't really mount to the rack because it's not solid. So I have a cutting board with some C-clamps. There they are. Some C-clamps kind of clamping that to the rack, and then I have my microphone clamped to the cutting board. It's kind of super jank. That's back to where it was before. Close enough. As long as you guys can see. Actually, let me up slightly, maybe. Oh god. No, that's good as it's gonna get for now. I can't reach the release for it. Why is it not? Give it to me, thank you. What the fuck? Oh, completely slipped out. Come the fuck on. Wait, I can just do it upside down. I think that's fine. Yeah, there we go. That actually works. I wonder, there's got to be like hydraulic versions of vices, right? I mean, not that you would use a vice to do stuff like this typically. Like, you wouldn't need it to exert that much pressure. It's just to hold things still. But there's got to be like ones you just press a little button and it winds up and down, right? It would be so nice. So I guess just in general, a hydraulic anything would be nice for this. Actually, there's what are they called? Flywheel based presses where you spin it, like you pull a lever, but there's like it's a really heavy machine, and as you pull it, it gains a little momentum and then it slams into whatever you're working on. So it's like a really strong hammer blow. I feel like that would actually be great for leather. Because they use it for metal and stuff, but I think you could also use it for something like this. Yeah, it came out a little bit scuffed because it slipped. I don't know if you can see right here. It's a little bit doubled up. We're getting really close now. I need to make sure I stop. Actually, I think going off the end is fine. Like if I just take the pattern all the way to the tip, I think having it curl over is not going to look bad. I think that actually would look better than having it be like too short. I think if it was up here and it bent around here, I feel like having this area blank would look kind of odd. I also don't know exactly how much space I need for the loop back and sewn part, so I'm gonna just go all the way to the edge. Oh, that's too wet. It's fine though. Just rub it off. Should be, I think, 3 more of these. Then we'll be finally free from this hell. I was expecting this part to go by way faster than it did. I thought burnishing the edges was going to be the longest part of this stream. But that might not even make it onto the stream. I'm so glad I have this vise though. I don't actually know what I would have done without it. It might have killed the stream if I didn't have it. Or I would have just manually like used something like this to just carve a pattern in. So I know that there are little tools that can kind of cut patterns in things, or not patterns, but like you drag it along the leather and it cuts like a groove that is a set depth and width. I don't know if you can use that for this type of stuff. Like I don't know if cutting this smooth part of the leather, the smooth face, like cutting into that is advised or not when you're making a pattern. I feel like it might not work as well, but I feel like it could technically work. Getting there. I think I said 2 more, but I think 3 more actually, because we don't have to go. I mean, we don't have to go to the very, very edge, because at least 2 inches of it is going to be on the other side, and you're not going to ever see it. I'm thinking out here is where I want to fold it. So I think I need about 1/2 inch to sew, because I want to do 2 lines in like a square shape here. And then I want enough space for the rings to be in here to kind of, because you don't want them to be so tight that they're right on top of each other. You want them to kind of be offset like this. So you want them to sit in the same space without being like forced on top of each other. Kind of want them to stretch out a little bit, because that's how you get the shape that you need for it to actually fit the rest of the belt. Also, I'm just realizing these loops are just actually a tiny bit too small, and I don't know what to do about that, because I'm realizing, like, obviously, like, right, it doesn't fit here, like this doesn't fit through cleanly, like I showed you before. It kind of bends. It's just barely too wide, so it kind of arcs like that. The rest of the belt has to feed through these, which I guess, I mean, it'll work. It'll still fit through. It's just going to be tighter, I guess. What I could do, maybe, is I could take these rings and put them in the vise and squish them a little bit, but I'm afraid that I'm going to break them. But I do have 4 of them though, so I might try that, because I do have 2 extras. So if I could just make them a little bit more oval, like just squish it down like this, that actually might be perfect. let's finish this up. I'm gonna speed run this a little bit. They keep taking too much time to talk in between. It's sitting in there longer than it needs to, I'm pretty sure. Nice. I keep seeing, you know, announcements, or not announcements, but like people talking about the Until Dawn announcement, but they still haven't come out with a release date for that game. I don't know why, because it's supposed to come to PC and I think PS5, like remaster or whatever, this year, and they keep saying 2024, but like we're halfway through 2024 and there's no release date still, which is kind of weird. But I really want to play that game on stream. Because apparently it's just the quarry, but better. And it has Hayden Panettiere, which is like a big deal, apparently. It's actually so weird, like, I think before Call of Duty Future Warfare, I think that was the game that like really made it thing. Being celebrities like photo scanned and playing parts in games was just not really a thing. But when Kevin Spacey was like the troop dad or whatever he is, I don't even know what his role is in that game because I never really played it. All I remember is it just being kind of a meme that he was in Call of Duty. But I feel like ever since then we've seen actors scanned it. Actually, no, I think the first game that I saw that had that, I think Far Cry 3, Voss, I can't remember the actor's name, but I think he was scanned in too. But they did such a good job with him. They didn't just keep, it wasn't just him, it was like him playing like they dressed him up. They didn't make him just look like him, you know what I mean? Like they used him as a basis. But in the quarry, like the actors are just, it just looks exactly like them. It's kind of uncanny and kind of weird to see, honestly. I wonder if I can get the edges to be better by squishing this side like this. Let's see. Not really. I think this should be the last one. I could do one more, but I don't think I need to. Again, like, obviously I have no idea what I'm doing here. I hope that for some reason I don't run into some unforeseen issue with dying and have that also take 2 hours to do. Because, goddamn, I'm surprised that this has taken so long. I also do think, like, I mean, I've talked about this already a lot, but obviously having a better JAWS for this would have saved it, like, literally would have halved the time this took. But I think if I was able to crank down on this thing more, like if it was off the edge of the table and stuff and not just sitting loose, I think not only would these be deeper, but I think it would be way faster because I could get way more pressure on it. And it would dig in a lot deeper. Which I don't know what happened, but halfway through this process, the vise stopped needing to be supported to stand upright. which is really weird. It's like this side got heavier somehow. But I think it's just because now that the vise is kind of tightened, the center of mass has shifted this way just a little bit. I think earlier it was more open. Right. That is the last one, I'm pretty sure. Also, yeah, there we go. Having this too far on the edge actually made it worse because now it's falling off the table. There we go. There was one spot that I wanted to redo, or that I wanted to give a second pass on. I think it was this one here. I'm going to check and see if there's any others after this too. Wait, is this the wrong side? No. Oh, it's actually really weirdly hard to line up, even though you'd think it'd be really easy just to slip it in there. The leather warps a lot more than I expected it to. It kind of moves around as you wet it and it dries and stuff, which makes sense, obviously, because it's absorbing water and expanding and contracting and whatever, but it's just a little more than I expected. Makes it a little tricky. Again, those first three notes sound like Black Parade by My Chemical Romance. It's almost identical, if not exactly the same. I don't know why there's two songs in this playlist that have that same three notes in the opening, like the first three notes of the song. Unless it's looped? Did it loop? There's no way, right? It's a 3-hour video. No, it did not loop. Though I wouldn't be surprised if the whole playlist does just loop at some point. Okay, that should be enough. Yeah, it came out really fucked up, actually. Well, whatever. That's gonna be like in like behind me, so I actually don't really even need to worry about that. It's this part. This is the most important part here, because this is the part that's going to be dangling in front of me. So this all looks good, and then this part over here, which is going to be on the receiving end, which, yep, I'm just looking at it through the camera, because it's kind of like more how you would see it in person, a little bit further away. Yeah, looks good. I think it's time to die now. Well, I'm not going to die, I'm going to DYE the belt. Let's get this draped over this. All right, before I move the vise though, I actually want to try squishing one of these rings, see if it breaks it or if it fucks something else up. But if I could make it just a little bit more oval shaped, that would be great. I'm gonna move this. It's fall off too. There we go. Relax. This also might just be too strong. This ring might be a lot like harder than I was expecting, and it might just not do anything. I might not be able to crank the vise down on it. I don't know. So there's like a seam on the ring here. I don't know what the best way to orient it is in the vise to minimize the chance of that breaking or cracking. I don't know if I want this against the jaw or if I want it perpendicular to the jaw and put the jaws here. Actually, don't know like what has the least chance of it opening up. I'm thinking seam towards the jaw. All right, let's see if this works or if it just goes flying out. Oh god, it's a lot harder to turn than I was expecting. Oh fuck. Hang on, I gotta get it closer to the edge. No, there's no way. God damn, that's so impressively strong. I can't believe it. That's insane. I don't think it changed even a millimeter. No, nothing. Literally no change. That's insane. I can't believe it. Because these were like $1 for all 4 of these at like Michael's or wherever I went for my leather stuff. Closing this up so it doesn't fall over, so I can put it over next to me. There we go. Ugh. Now we gotta prepare this side, which I'm actually gonna use the vise to hold this so it doesn't fall. There we go. A little bit more. All right, so let me mark. Where'd my pencil go? There it is. I'm gonna mark this again. We need about that much space. Let me kind of angle this towards you guys. We need about that much space to sew. I think that should be fine. Let's mark that. And then we want a pretty good size loop, I think. So I'm gonna go just right up to the edge of the pattern here. Mark another one, and then we'll cut out. Let's see how thick do we want to go? I think about like this. Actually works pretty great. But we want to give it a kind of, I think, trapezoid shape, or maybe that kind of round in. Maybe you should have it round in and out. Kind of like that. I don't know if you guys can see that kind of shape. It's kind of shitty because this is like an eraser line, but I think that looks good. Just gonna free or eyeball it. I'm not gonna use any sort of stencil or anything. I don't think I need it. And I'm gonna cut this, and then I'm going to test it with the rings on there and see how it kind of performs. And then if it's not long enough, I can always make it longer. So let's cut that out. Also need to make sure I'm cutting the right lines here. Let's start here. Go. It's easy to kind of score them with the scalpel first, and then on subsequent cuts you put a little bit more pressure and then slowly cut through one layer at a time. Not that there are distinct layers, but it kind of feels like there is. But this makes it so that you don't have to put too much pressure, so the chance of you slipping is a little bit less. And when you make your next subsequent cuts, it kind of is already in like a little trench, and it's a lot harder for it to stray off course. You don't need to really put that much pressure. It's more of just a matter of repetition. You just keep going through, and eventually you cut little by little. It's almost like, I mean, it's not really at all like sanding, but it kind of a similar concept. I guess it's more of like using a saw where there's just a bunch of tiny knives making very, very tiny, shallow cuts on something hard over and over again, and eventually it gets through, and it feels like it shouldn't sometimes, but it does. Like you can cut through solid steel with a saw, and it's really not even that hard just to do it with your hands with a hacksaw. Sometimes it's good to also, I've been like checking the seam, I guess, that while I'm cutting it, because sometimes like this whole part's loose, but I can see that it's still connected here, so it kind of gives me an idea of where I need to cut still. It's a little bit harder to do these corners. Oh shit, see, I just accidentally made a little cut into it there, but that's not a big deal because that's going to be mostly hidden. But these corners are really hard to cut sometimes because you need to move the blade, you need to actually travel with it to make a cut, but you can't really move very easily around a corner. That's why I kind of wanted to make it more rounded, but it didn't really work out. And then I fix this up just a little bit. The burnishing is going to take care of most of that. And I'll sand the edges a little bit too, just to round them out. Shit, that was actually scary. I didn't hurt myself or damage anything, but it really kind of just jumped out of the leather a lot more than I was expecting it to. That's why you never cut towards yourself, because if my finger was over there, I would have gone right over it. I think maybe a better approach is to just take it one little section at a time instead of trying to do the whole thing over and over again. That way you can kind of just tackle one angle without having to contort your wrist the whole time, or like as you go. If I'm doing this and then I have to do this and then I have to go like this, it's a lot of different kind of muscle groups that you're trying to control very precisely. All without any sort of break or repetition. It's a little hard to do. I wonder if you could actually just slip it through. Kinda. It's kind of dangerous though. Not do that. I think it's going to be kind of cool, even just for myself, having this video or this VOD existing of me making the belt. Because like I could make this belt, but then I probably, if I don't end up, you know, doing other leather projects in the future, I would probably forget how I did this and kind of what the process was. But having, you know, having this recorded and streamed, I can reference it back again if I want to see like, oh, like, right, it was kind of a pain in the ass because of this, or oh, I did this in this way and it actually ended up working, so I can just do that again and, you know, see what tools I used and all that kind of stuff. It's also just kind of cool to have it recorded because like I said, I do a lot of making, but I don't really ever record my making. These cuts, compared to the other side, the other ones that we did on the other end of the belt, these cuts are a lot finickier, a little bit harder to do. Getting really close though. There we go. All right, let's just test that. Let's see how these work. So this is just folded over to there. That seems pretty good. Actually, I think I need a little bit more space to play. So let's take this back a little bit further. I should go a little bit more than that. I'm just eyeballing it again. I don't think it's doesn't need to be perfect as long as it's pretty close. Shit, I already messed that up, I think. Wait, what? No, I'm good. Shit, what did I do? I messed something up, but I think I just didn't go deep enough? Yeah, I didn't go deep enough. I go more like that. There we go. The easiest part to cut seems to be the exit. Like if you're cutting out of this portion here, if you're cutting out that way, it seems to be the easiest. Also, I wish I could show you guys a better close-up of this. I just don't have like a good camera. I don't have a camera that can zoom well. If I zoomed in, it would just be blurry. That's why I'm trying to show you guys what it looks like between each step, as well as I can, at least when I remember to. But yeah, other things like the fish tank stream, when that happens eventually, those will not be as, like, I didn't really think about it because I thought about that stream a lot, but when I was doing prepping for this one, I didn't really think about the idea that, you know, if this is like something really tiny that I'm working on and you guys aren't going to be able to see it super well. Also, I'm really fucking mangling this. I keep accidentally gouging parts of it, which actually is fine, I think, because this bridge could be a little bit more narrow if it needs to be, and that's the part that I keep gouging, so I could always just cut a little bit out of it. There we go. Now you can see how terrible and rough that is, but with some sandpaper it should fix it right up. Or I guess not sandpaper, whatever this, I think these are called like emery boards or something. They're technically nail files, but they work identical to sandpaper, so it's because they are sandpaper. It's literally just a stick of foam with sandpaper on it. This part here, though, that I'm working on this end of the belt is something that we will burnish on stream because it has to be burnished before it gets sewn, but after it gets dyed. Wow, it's really, when you sand the leather, it really becomes very, kind of like loosens up the texture of it a lot, and it becomes very sandy and messy. It just doesn't, it's not as clean as you'd expect it to be. Because leather is usually very clean, you know, like if you have like a leather belt, it doesn't have like sandy dust all over it. But again, I think that's what burnishing helps accomplish. Helps everything kind of tighten up and gets rid of all the literal rough edges. I'm gonna switch blades here, actually. I'm gonna get like the chisel bit, whatever you want to call it. It's just a straight up and down thing. This thing here, it's just straight. I think I can use that to push down and kind of help shape some of these corners a little bit more accurately. Rather than trying to cut around them, I can kind of just shave off tiny little slivers. Maybe. It's not working as well as I thought. I think it's too flimsy. If I had like a actual like really sharp chisel or something, I think it would probably work a lot better. But I mean, it kind of does the job, but it's just a little sketchy. I'm afraid the blade's gonna like snap. It's very thin. All right. I think that's all the cutting done. Again, this is very rough, but actually, you know, I can make this better. There's this one part here that's really bothering me. They cut really bad. Get the other knife back out. Just need to shave off a portion here because it's like bulging out. Ah, there we go. Actually works pretty well and isn't as dangerous and scary as I thought it was going to be. All right, and then the whole thing's now a little bit, you can see this end over here is thicker than the rest, so I'm gonna try to, well, as well as I can, kind of shave it down a little bit, even it out. Oh god, it's not coming out good. It's just messy. Okay, I'm gonna call this part done before I fuck it up worse than I already have. Sand it a little bit more. All right. Doesn't look very good, but it's gonna be looped around like this. And it's going to have these rings in it. You're not going to be able to see it super well. So I think it's okay. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it should be fine. And this is long enough now that I do have that gap that I needed for the belt to actually fit through. Get rid of all this shit. All right, and now we do need one more thing before dying. We actually have to punch the holes in this showing. Also, I want to skeeve this if I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to even do this. If not, it's fine. But I do have the closest knife that I could find to like a leather. They're usually a rounded blade with a handle that comes out this way, but it's a very thick, wide blade, and that's what's important, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to try just shaving some of this off if it lets me. It might not be sharp enough. Actually, let's do this. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic. I'm gonna feed this through to hold it kind of sort of in place, if it lets me. Put down a bit more. I want to use this little platform, but I want to use the vise to kind of keep it from slipping. I don't want to mess up the pattern and help it. Yeah, this is not working. Okay. Okay. So plan B then is to sand it a little bit. Didn't leave too much of a mark. I'm just gonna sand the back here because I don't think I can get this knife. Oh wait, hang on. Kind of, sort of working. Problem is, I probably should have actually done this before I cut these tapers, because it's wanting to twist to one side, and it's doing that a lot easier now because this is thinner. As long as I can remove some of the material with this, I'm pretty happy. It doesn't need to be perfect. But if I can just, I mean, if it could even just save time on sanding, that'd be great. Because I think the way that people do this, like people that leather work all the time, is they have a machine that they just stick it in and it does it for them perfectly. But let's just do some sanding, I guess. Actually, not that bad to just sand. I also don't have leather glue, which is like apparently mandatory for making stuff like this. Because normally you would glue this here, and then you would do all the stitching while it's glued up. But I don't have that luxury, so we're gonna have to figure out how to do it without that. I'm just gonna stand here until this mark that I made, which is about the depth that I want, is gone. That'll let me know I'm deep enough. Almost there. It's actually not taking off that much. It's good that this side of the belt already was thin. And I was kind of afraid to keep using the knife the way that I was, not for safety reasons, because I don't think I would cut myself with it, but I'm worried that I'm going to cut down and take off like half of this shape, which would not be good for the structural integrity of the belt. It would basically just mean less area for the stitching to exist in. Okay, it's not completely gone, but I got it down to, if you look at these two next to each other, it's about half as thick, maybe? I think that's good enough. I'm going to... I think I need to punch the holes first. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do this exactly. This is the one part that I somehow feel the most comfortable with, even though I feel like I shouldn't, because I've seen it done so many times on YouTube videos. I think all I need to do is just hold it here and hit it with a hammer. Okay, it didn't go quite through, but I think I'm going to use this longer one to kind of make the shape. Because it sits in the teeth that it previously made. And it lets you line it up really nicely for the rest of the stitch that you're going to do. There we go, like that. So it puts all the holes there. So I can I have the pattern at least. And then I can take this one that has just 2 teeth, which is going to be a lot less resistance when hammering it. And then I'll hammer it in with this. And now should see it just barely poking out to the other side, which should be enough. I think maybe I can... actually, maybe I can use one of these scrap pieces to push into, because this doesn't have very much give. This should be a softer, like if you're working on leather, you're supposed to get a thicker one of these, so it's a little bit softer, I think. Yeah, there we go. That went all the way through. See the teeth sticking out there. Let's do that with the rest of these. Oh boy, that's hard to get out. What time is it? Okay, it's 8 o'clock. It's getting a little late. A little late to hammer, but oh well. How much I can do. At least the dog isn't barking, so that's probably not that loud, because if the dog was barking, then it's probably like, oh shit, I'm probably making a lot of noise. But the downstairs neighbor's dog is silent, thankfully. Oh, okay, big hits are way more effective than a bunch of little ones, for sure. It's really hard to get these out. I've never seen somebody struggle to get these out. I don't know if my technique is just bad. Shit. Because I've seen, again, I haven't done this before, but I've seen people make leather stuff on YouTube. And it seems, Seems like I've never seen somebody struggle to pull these out like this. It's crazy. God damn. Really? Dude. I ended up marking it on accident. Alright, and then we're gonna do one more line. Going across on this edge. Go. Get my little scrap piece back. I guess I should have expected this to be loud, a loud activity, because I've seen people do leather stuff and they are always hammering things. Like that's like the entire hobby. So I don't know why I'm surprised that it's a loud thing to do. There's this like I think Japanese shoemaker that keeps getting recommended to me on YouTube. And I like I don't know why I watch them because I don't ever really watch them. I just like I start watching them and I was like, oh, that sounds like really cool. But then it gets like 10 minutes and I'm like, I've seen every single thing that he's done already by him, because making shoes is not that different from making other shoes. Like they're almost always identical steps. And there I go back again to doing the small hammers instead of the big ones. One didn't go quite all the way through. Actually, I wonder if I could just do one huge hit. I'm worried I'm going to break my table, though. I can't believe how stuck these are getting. There we go. Let's do one big one. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's actually even better. Probably louder, technically, but it's less annoying because it's only one sound. Alright, and that's all the hammering. Well, no, shit, I gotta do the other side now, too. Because now that I have these in, I have to do this side. So let me get these lined up. Stick the fork in. That, and then perhaps I need to mark the other side for now. Oh, you know what it is? These bigger, wider forks, the one that has 6 on it or whatever, they're easier to get out because you just twist it to the side and they all kind of come out together. It's the one that only has 2, you can't really twist it because it's so narrow. There's no leverage that you can use. And one more. Is that enough? Yeah, it's close enough. I'm glad I have some of these scraps around, otherwise I don't know actually how I would do this. I guess I would just put like a cardboard underneath or a piece of wood or something. Oh, my phone just fell. That's crazy. Yeah, I think let me try switching to the 4-tooth one instead of the 2. Because this one is just a pain in the ass to get out. Maybe it's because I'm going further than I need to. Try this one. There's also the single tooth one, but I feel like that's not really that effective. God damn, yeah, okay, my phone's just not gonna stay up. That's fine. Yeah, this one is a little bit easier to get out. Oh, this is not actually going all the way through, I think, because of the way that... You know what? I think it's actually probably better to get just 2 of them and then go from this side, because I think the, like, skin on the outside of the leather, the smooth part, it is a little bit more stretchy. And if you're pushing into the back, it's kind of like when you cut tomatoes. You cut it with the skin towards the blade, otherwise the... it doesn't really, like... I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. When you're cutting something really thin and it's more stretchy than the rest of it, it's better to have it towards the sharp side, which is this tool, because it's able to pierce it a little easier than when you're trying to just squish it between a hard surface and the cutting object. When you have something that it can push down into and then tap out its stretchiness, and then it's more it's like stressed and taut, and then it's easy to cut through. I think I'm doing this right. Yeah. Still not all the way through. I think this is just, it's so much thicker than the piece that I skeeved a little bit, and it's just harder to do. And I'm gonna probably go back through with the awl, which is this tool here, and just poke all these open to be a little bit more forgiving for me later, because don't really think I don't think I have this set up in like the most ideal practical way. I'm gonna use this other tool to help me align this again, because I want to make sure that I have everything in the right spot. Wow, this is really... These holes are being poked all the way through, right? But they're very tight still. They kind of contract back around. It's hard to get anything... Like, I'm trying to force this all the way through, but it just won't go, which is, I guess, fine, but it's fine. I'm just gonna not do what I'm trying to do. I keep twisting this around. It's getting wrapped around my microphone cord, or my headset cord. Just put it back through here. Should be good. I just lost my marks from before, so I gotta redo it. They kind of like leather almost heals over time. It's weird. Not do the huge one. Hoping that my downstairs neighbors just aren't even home. That would be ideal. My god, I can't believe it's not going through. Okay, I gotta push back to the 2. I can't get through consistently otherwise. Yeah, that one always goes through. Also, I'm pretty sure at this step you're supposed to scribe. You're supposed to cut like a groove where the stitching goes, so that the stitching sits down in the groove, and also so that you have like a nice line to make these holes on. But that means it's still fresh. You're talking about it healing? This has been sitting on my desk for months now. I don't think it's fresh. Also, welcome back. I was worried for a moment that you got your legs run over by a mom in a Hummer. Did you say mom or did you say white woman? I actually don't remember. They're kind of interchangeable in my head for some reason. Single mother, thank you. Okay, one more. Then I can finally die. Which I'm never going to get tired of saying, because it's kind of funny. Alright, downstairs doggy, it will not hammer anymore. You're free to go back to sleep or whatever. Alright. And then, like I said, I'm gonna just make sure these are all... I don't know why there's like this ring thing here. Does this go on here? No? I think it's just to hold it closed. I'm just gonna go through all of these just to make sure that they're actually open. Make them a little bit kind of more opened up for myself when I get to that point. I guess it's a good way to make sure the holes are consistently sized too. So if I just push it through the same amount on every one of them, they should be consistent, I think. I don't want to go too big though, because this you can see how huge the taper gets. It's also impressive how close to the edge of the leather you can get without feeling like it could potentially tear and like you break the edge, break the hole on the edge of it. Because it's so stretchy and tough. I don't know, it's like actually kind of a really cool material. Thank you for the 50 bits, I appreciate it. Upstairs neighbors sound like he's running his own carpentry shop where he fixes bowling pins. Please advise. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I mean, like, I'm an angel when it comes to sound. I hate being loud, especially in an area like a shared living or shared housing situation like this. Like when you have multiple people living in the same building and then not friends or family or whatever, being loud is just obnoxious, and I hate doing it. That's why I feel probably so bad. See, I'm glad I came here with the awl, because that hole was really fucking tight. And I know that's what he said, but it really is. God damn. Some of these are crazy. I like barely broke through them, I think, before. Also, these holes are probably too big for the thread that's going to be going in here, but I don't really care. Again, this is kind of supposed to look... I mean, it is handmade, but it's supposed to look handmade. It's supposed to look almost painfully handmade. Come on. Get through there, you bitch. There we go. Oh, yeah, okay, so that one side, for some reason, these couple holes here, I must have messed something up. Because these ones are way back to normal. They're not nearly as hard. I thought it was because of the thickness of the side, but it's not. Alright, it is now officially time to die. Let's do this. Let's move the vise out of the way. And the hammer out of the way. These little stabby guys out of the way. I need to lay down some plastic. Best I got is a bunch of grocery bags. So hopefully that'll work. Won't make too much of a mess. I'm assuming this is going to be a messy process. Like, quite messy, and there's not really anything I can do to avoid it, so. Might as well. Oh, I guess not avoid, but I can't avoid, but I can maybe minimize. Alright, let me move some other stuff out of the way here too. It's here. Okay. So, I'm gonna do the back a little bit just to kind of test it and see how it feels. I might want to also get a container for this. Wait, does this have a brush inside? It'd be cool if it did. No, okay, that's too bad. My hands are probably not going to be the same color that they were for a while after this. I pull a bunch of paper towels off just to have them ready, because otherwise it's going to look like I shit my brains out and use this to wipe it all up. Brown handprints all over the paper towel roll. And don't worry, any ones that don't get used during the stream I'll still use. I'm not going to throw them away. I'm not being wasteful. Is this the moment we turn the belt brown? It is the moment we turn the belt brown. I'm very nervous about this being open and me repeatedly making actions over it. Okay, I think that should be enough. I don't know how much it's going to take. I don't think it's going to take that much. I also could get gloves. I could also get maybe a towel to put down, but I don't. It's really hard to get out of where I am. Where I'm sitting right now, like, there's usually not a space between this table and the wall, but it's really the only place that I could have done this that didn't have like a really terrible background. I'm gonna put this over to the side. Okay, it's not bad. This seems actually not bad at all to do. It's just gonna take some time, which, I mean, we've already spent a lot of time, so what's a little bit more? I'm just hoping that I can get the finish to be somewhat consistent and not splotchy, which it seems pretty fucking good. I mean, it's not perfect, but nothing in life is. I think just the best thing is to avoid going over the same spot twice with a fresh bit of stain. Also, I don't think this stuff is toxic, but it doesn't smell great. But also doesn't smell bad, so it's like, I'm not too worried about ventilation issues. I do have a fan on, so at the very least I'm not sitting in a pool of leather stench. I like this color a lot. Oh, it's actually way more splotchy on camera than it is in real life. That's weird. That actually might help me, though, make it a little bit more consistent if I just look at the camera, the preview. Because that already kind of fixed it a little bit. I gotta be better with getting the edges, though. Alright, let's flip it over. This side now. Oh, it really just fucking soaks it up, huh? Okay, it's not really doing what I was hoping it was gonna do, where the pattern is darker than the rest. It's actually almost lighter than the rest, which is kind of bizarre. I wonder if it's because since it's compressed, it doesn't have as much absorption ability. I wish I had like a brush for this. I think that would be much better. All right, well, I guess it's not going to be as obvious of a pattern as I thought. That's fine, though. I also hope I have enough leather stain for this. That would suck if I ran out. Yeah, really, it's crazy how much it just soaks this stuff up. Like, I don't know. It's kind of wild. I think I'm just gonna go get like a cursory layer on everything, at least in each section that I'm working on, and then I'll come back with a wetter one, kind of dab it into these spots. Hope I don't fuck it up completely as I do it. It really is just drinking the stuff, though. Oh boy, that was too much. Yeah, I'll have to, I mean, I'll be very happy with this belt, even if the rest of it comes out like this, because this looks awesome to me. But I'll have to look up maybe some information about how to do this properly, because I kind of did. I looked up a little just to make sure I didn't completely fuck up the staining process before stream, and I'm pretty much doing what it said. But it's a little bit I don't know. It's not behaving exactly the way that I would think it would. So I'm just hitting the tip of it again over here. This looks great, though. I love this. I love the color. I think it's perfect. It's not quite the same color as my boots, which is too bad, but close enough. All right, now I gotta get the edges. Which actually, I want to try to get just the edges and not anything else, if I can help it. So otherwise you leave kind of this dark line on the front edge. I think usually you use like a big Q-tip kind of thing to do the edges. It's also not, I mean, it's staining my hands for sure, but it doesn't seem like it's something that's going to stay there for a long time. Shouldn't you use gloves to apply stain? I think it's okay. I probably should, but it's all right. Because it's really not like an oily stain. So I think I should wash off. I mean, even if not, it's not, I'm not that concerned about having a little bit of extra, I don't know, melanin on my skin. It's not melanin, but it looks like it. God, this looks really awesome so far, though. I love this. I gotta hit a second pass on the back, though, because this, I think this part might be visible a lot because it's dangling down in front of me. I want to make sure that it is nice and dark, not just kind of splotchy like it is now. But yeah, I mean, if I could get up out of this spot easier, I probably would have grabbed some gloves. Some gloves, not gloves. But it's all right. Like I said, not too concerned about it. I don't think it's gonna hurt me, and I really do think it'll wash out with some soap and water, a little bit of scrubbing. This chair is not great to sit in for 3 hours plus. Just like my kitchen chair. Not that bad though. I mean, up until a few minutes ago, it's been pretty comfy. Better than standing. So otherwise I'd be kind of hunched over the whole time. Yeah, look at that. I mean, obviously this doesn't look good over here because like it's not done, but it's I mean, this fade looks cool, but it's not what I'm going for. But look at this. There's definitely some spots that could use a little bit more, like this here. Some of these edges. But this is fucking awesome. Get some more on these edges. I do kind of like the word. Not the taper, but the gradient from the center to the outside. The center's a little bit darker almost. I think it's because I don't know, there's something about the edges that's not retaining as much of the dye, so it kind of stays a little bit lighter. Alright, let's scooch this off the end, make sure it goes into the bag. There we go. One place that the dye almost for sure will stay though, is like in my fingernails and stuff. It's gonna hang out in there for a while, I think. Which is, now I'm kind of realizing I probably should have gotten gloves because that's gonna be annoying. I hate having dirty fingernails, and it's just gonna make me feel like I have dirty fingernails for like a week. This stuff actually, I said earlier, it doesn't smell great. It actually kind of does though. It smells like wood, but like if you turned wood into a liquid, which makes sense because I think this is just tannins. It's not like brown paint. It's not wood stain. It's just tannins from like, I know people use like walnut shells to make stain for leather. So it's like stuff like that where like it has a naturally dark color that can be sapped out by heating it up and cooking it kind of. And then you take that liquid that comes out of it and reduce it into this type of stain. I've seen people on YouTube making their own like walnut leather stain out of walnut shells that fall around their house because there's walnut trees around there. So the one advantage I do have to this whole thing is I have watched, not as much lately, but I have watched kind of a lot of leatherworking videos. I used to be a lot more into it than I am. That's why I was pretty confident that I could do this. I think that was pretty well-placed confidence. Because this is, like I said, I'm kind of loving how this is looking. I don't know if you guys think it's as cool as I do, but it's pretty fucking awesome to me. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it does. I mean, this side just doesn't look like much, but I mean, in an ideal world, it would have been, again, twice the work and probably some on top of that, but it would be really cool to have, like, so leather has one smooth side and one rough side. If you ever get a product that's smooth on both sides, it's because it's two pieces of leather glued together, like back to back. That would have been cool for this. Like most belts are like that. Most leather belts that you get are like that. But I don't have the tools or the money to do something like that, unfortunately. So maybe the V2 of this belt will be nicer, but I think this one, for what it is, for just being a single strip of leather and not having all the fancy tools and stuff, I think it's going to come out pretty damn good. Also, this being darker than I was expecting it to be is part of the reason why I mean, the kit that I got came with a bunch of different colors of thread to stitch things with. Was one of the reasons I got that kit, because I really didn't know what color this was going to give me, and I wanted something that matches somewhat, because I wanted it to be pretty inconspicuous. The stitching. Oh god, is that stain for real? Wait, what stain? What do you mean? On my hands? Yeah, I mean, this is here. But yeah, I'm staining this belt that I just made. So how's it going, Leo? Haven't seen you around a little bit. Hope you're doing well. I am alive. Good, I'm glad. That's a good place to start. This is something, yeah, it's fun. I didn't have any plans on what to do. Like on Sunday, I was like, oh, okay, what should I play on Tuesday? I'm not ready for Valheim. I don't have any other games that have like really on here, but How Make Belt. Well, I bought the blank, and then I 3D printed this thing, this pattern that I used. Where is it? I can't show it. It's too low. I used this. I can't even pick it up. I have a vise over here that I used to like squish it into it, to stamp the belt all the way across. And then I have the ends ready to sew together. And I got this end kind of looking fancy. This. And then I'm going to finish staining it and then put it all together. Never done this before, and it came out pretty good. Hammer and 3D print, no work. Actually, it did. This held up fine, because this, I don't know why, but this specific type of PLA is just fucking indestructible. I can do anything I want with it. It's also printed pretty thickly. But it's like, it's PLA Cube, I think is the brand, and it's their PLA Plus or PLA 2. And it is incredible. Like the layer adhesion is insane. Like I really don't even have to consider a lot of the, you know, we know when you're designing a part or finding a part, whatever, you don't want to have the stress go across the layer lines. I almost don't have to consider that unless it's a really thin part, because it's just that strong. And it's also cheap. It's like 25 bucks a spool. I mean, it's not the cheapest, but it's cheaper than a lot of the other brands that are not nearly as good. I need to get a little bit more stain inside the pattern here, I think. Oh, I didn't even dip that just now. I'm running out. I'm gonna nod off from 10, like, I don't know. I know what that stuff means. Oh, I don't know. I thought you said hammer and 3D print, no work. I don't know why I assumed that you knew some 3D printing, because, I don't know. It sounds like something that somebody that knows 3D printing would say. I hope you have a good time. I hope you sleep well. I know I haven't been, but I'm getting there. I'm working on it. Watched a bunch of videos, but not done any myself. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. That's how I was with leather working before today. I have never worked with leather before today, and a lot of the videos actually gave me some knowledge that I don't think I would have. If somebody just gave me these tools, I had never seen somebody do leatherworking. I don't think I would have been able to do this as well as I did today. So next time somebody says to stop watching YouTube all day, and if you're watching instructional videos or somebody doing their hobby like this, tell them that you're learning, because I really think it is actually like a good way to just absorb information passively. Even if you might not use it, it's still something you can potentially apply to your life at some point. All the way at the end already. Looks really good. You did a good job. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I think I did a good job too. I think it came out really nice. This is from my wizard cosplay, which you guys will see someday. It's still a work in progress, but it's I'm pretty happy with the cosplay so far. It's pretty cool. I'm missing a couple key items, like a hat, I might make a hat on stream, maybe, but I think that it's going to take way longer than the belt, so who knows. I also need a staff, because I use the wizard cosplay to go to Ren Fair, and all the staffs that they sell there are junk. They are big long stick, which is a good start, and then they just take any random thing. So they take the stick, right? Like it's like a stick like this, and then kind of like how the eraser's attached to here, there's like a piece of metal that they just wrap around whatever random object they put on top. Like I've seen just like the dumbest things. Like they'll just take, I mean, as something that kind of works thematically, they'll take like a big crystal, like a big amethyst or whatever. They'll stick it on top, and then they'll wrap like this metal band around it and then just glue it all in place. And it just looks like a stick with a big jewel glued on top with a band around it. Yeah, nice long belt. That's the problem I have with my other belt that I currently use for the costume, is that it is way too short, because I want to have it wrap around my waist and then I want to have it flop down in front of me, and it just doesn't happen right now. It only has like an inch or two extra because I'm a big boy, and I have like a $2 belt. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you can't see me apologizing, but oh, Leo, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it.
My cock is huge.
And now you get to hear my friend screaming, "My cock is huge." Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Hey, wait a minute. What? That sounded familiar? Yeah, it's you. You should know. I thought I was going to run out of stain. I don't think I am, so I'm glad. I still have a little bit more. I won't have enough for another project, but nice to have a little bit more. Just in case I need to maybe make some touch-ups on this. We're only 3 subs away from that fish tank stream, which is going to be in this style, but it's probably going to be a lot more entertaining. Not that much more entertaining, but still relatively, because as some of you guys know, the first 2 hours of the stream was me just doing the stamp thing, like over and over again for like literally 2 hours. Fish tank stream should be way different. Unfortunately, though, fish tank, you have tanks already. I have a tank. I have everything ready to go for it. I just need to get plants and a few more rocks. I do have one tank. I have well, it had tetras in it, but something happened recently and they died, unfortunately. I don't know exactly what. I think I did a bad water change or something. But that tank is going to be... Well, I was hoping to move the tetras into the new tank, but that tank's just going to become a shrimp tank once I finish the new one. No, have you like run them before? Yes. I had one when I was a kid, and then when we moved, I had to get rid of it, and I haven't had one since then until maybe, I think 2 years ago. We got this little nano tank, and I had a good run. I think it was a little overloaded, too many fish in it at one point, but then we got down to 2 tetras and they were hanging out in there for a long time. And yeah, like I said, I just had a bad water change a couple weeks ago and they unfortunately perished. I think one of them died and then the other one got stressed out because he was alone and then jumped out of the tank, and I think one of my cats might have eaten him because I couldn't find him in the tank and I couldn't find him on the ground anywhere. So either he jumped somewhere that I just couldn't see him, or he was eaten, I think, or possibly the snails ate him, but I don't think they could have done that fast. But like I said, I hoped to put them in the big tank, but the big tank is going to just have some of their brethren, some of their ancestors. All right, this is let's see, how does this look on the camera? This needs some more stain here. This is a little bit light. Let's do that. Yeah, I don't know why I forgot where these were. But yeah, the new tank is going to be, which is that's what my sub goal is to build it and do it on stream. But my new tank is going to be 25 gallons, I think. It's going to be a planted tank. It's going to have 7 cardinal tetras, I think 6 auto synkless, and then two, they're German blue ram cichlids, I think that's what they're called. And they're very, 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 very pretty fish. They are a little bit territorial though, which I don't think they're gonna fight at the other fish. They're just gonna maybe fight each other. But if I get a mating pair, then I'll just avoid that. But then I have the issue of having way too many little fish in my tank, because they'll be mating like crazy. I'm just using the camera to kind of find some light spots. Because I'm okay with the pattern being a little bit lighter, but some spots are a little bit too light, and some of the edges are a little bit too light too. It's hard to tell in person, weirdly enough. Usually it's easier to see things like that on in person, harder on camera. See, like this area here doesn't look that light in person, but it really is a lot lighter. It's like a whole shade lighter on the camera. This smells so good though. I don't know how to describe it, but just the leather and the dye together, it smells nice. All right, I think there's a couple spots that are a little bit too light inside the pattern here. I was gonna say, oh yeah, the tank's gonna be a planted tank. I'm gonna get like a bunch of plants and stuff. Unfortunately, because I don't want to be, kind of cruel and maybe make the fish stressed out more than they are, I'm not gonna be adding the fish in that stream when I build it, but I will do an update video, show them in there once they get in there, because I want to get the tank fully cycled and established before I add them. Otherwise I risk hurting the fish or upsetting the ecosystem that the tank makes. Again, because it's a planted tank, you need to really let it establish, let the plants take root, let them start getting used to the specific water parameters and stuff. Otherwise, if you add the fish too soon, then the water can't really support them because it doesn't have all the bacteria that it needs for them, and the fish get stressed out. Seems like a good plan. Yeah. Kitty cat snack? What is that? Oh, yeah. The cat eating, yeah. The man who knows how to fish. I also know how to fish. I know that doesn't make any sense, but I like fishing like recreationally. It's fun too. I haven't done it in a long time, and I don't get to do it as often as I would like, but I do like doing it. That would make a terrible stream. I know that at least, because that would just be boring. Okay, sewing time or stitching time. I need to make sure that I don't forget the rings when I actually stitch this up. Let's see. What color do I want? Probably that one, right? I also have a darker one. What do you think, chat? It's the glare makes it a little hard to see. I'm kind of leaning towards the darker one. I think it'll be a little bit more stealth. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the darker one. I do have black too, but I think that's too dark. I don't actually know how to do this, so I'm gonna kind of just, like, I could do a saddle stitch. I know how to do that sort of. I think I'm just gonna be kind of liberal here with how much I use. So I think you want 2 needles at the same time. This thread is really actually cool to work with already. It's wax thread, which helps it stick a little bit better in the stitch and stay tight. But it's really kind of fun. It feels slightly waxy, and it's very like rigid, I guess, compared to regular string. And when you stretch it out, it stays really straight. It doesn't want to kind of curl up again. So we have all these needles here. I think these are all the same. No. They're a little different, but I don't think they're functionally that different. I'm just gonna go with these 2 that I have. I think these are fine. One of them's kind of dull and the other one's kind of sharp, but actually, you know what? I'm gonna not go with the dull one. Let me get another sharp one. I want a small eye as well because I don't want it to be too much effort to get it through. There we go. I think those are both the same one. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this for the fish tank stream, but I so badly wish that I had a wireless webcam set up for all of this. How do I even do this? Should I wing it or should I look it up? Because I mean, look it up. Okay, let me look it up. I'm gonna get dial of my mouse. Let me show this to you guys as well. What's gonna happen if I do this? Oh boy. Okay, let's turn the camera off. Actually, let me get this queued up so you guys don't actually, I don't actually like dox myself or something. There we go. Let's do turn off camera. Oh boy, that's fun for you guys to see. I can't reach my leather saddle. Oh, it's an hour long. Christ.
I'm Jo from JH Leather, and in this video I'm going to show you how to hand stitch leather. Let's get started.
So I know how to do the actual stitch itself. I don't know how to like secure it to the that's really loud. I don't know how to secure it to the needle properly. So you guys can see this, right? Make sure. Yeah, cool.
So a quick comparison with machine stitching versus hand stitching. So with machine stitching, it's two
threading
arms length, and then with some beeswax, you just want to sort of run the thread through this.
Mine's already pre-waxed, so I don't have to worry about that.
To the thread, especially if it is linen, and it also smooths down any sort of loose fibers.
It seems like it would hurt your thumb to do like over and over again, like rope burn, kind of.
So once you run your thread through the wax a few times, you can then just run it through your fingers.
Yeah, really pre-waxed is the way to go. Holy shit, this seems like it sucks. Okay, come on.
And now we want to start threading. So we're going to lock our thread onto the needle. So first of all, you want to put just about an inch or so of that thread through the eye of the needle.
That's what I have.
And then we're actually going to put the needle through the thread itself.
Oh shit, okay.
Lock it on. So we're going to do this twice. So we're going to have like a little S shape.
I never ever would have expected to do that. That's
like
crazy.
What I have here. And then basically we need to move all that down the needle and then sort of over the end of the eye, and that will lock our thread onto our needle.
What?
So it won't fall off.
Okay, that's crazy.
And we're going to do the same.
Alright. I think that is about all I needed to know. Cool. Yeah, I figured it would be a knot. Like, I mean, because like when you do sewing, like when you're sewing a shirt or like a patch on a shirt or whatever, you double it back like this all the way. So you have two, and then you tie this in a knot here on the end, and then this is your thread. This is what you use to sew with. But I know that's not how it works with leather. You probably could do it like that, but I'm gonna have to go back to that video in just a second here though, because I realized I will need to. Oh, is this even gonna work? I need to figure out how to start and end a stitch so that it actually stays. Yeah, that kind of works. This needle seems a lot thicker than hers, but so she kept pulling it. Oh, there we go. Cool, done. Awesome. That's really strong mechanically. Wow. Let's go back. I'll do the other one in a second.
On
but
the other end, so we're going to put the thread through the eye of the needle, about an inch or so, of the way through, and we're going
So
to
this
start
part-
with a back stitch, which once you've sort of seen this video a few times and you understand the technique, it will make a bit more sense. So basically we do a back stitch to lock the thread in place, especially if you're going on to doing buckle turns and stuff like that. You'll need to do a back stitch to get the ends of your leather together.
Okay, so they're using the awl to open it up. That's interesting. Okay, so you just start on the second one, go to the first, and then go back to the second one. That's easy enough. Okay. Actually, while we're here, how do you do the end? I guess the end you would just do the same way, right?
Right, so like I said, you may need to watch the video a few times to get the technique, but basically what we want to do is all three.
I'm sorry, but she really didn't explain that well. I
first.
just happened to catch it, I think.
And then we're going to follow that through with the needle from the left. Once your left hand needle is sort of part way through, you want to basically make a little cross with your right hand needle underneath and pull that out, and then you can sort of turn with your hands and put that right hand needle that made up the T of the cross
Interesting.
back through.
I don't know why you need to do that
And
specifically,
then you want to
but
pop the tail of your thread over that needle, and then you can pull tight and pull your needle through. So that is the basic technique. So
alright, and then how do you end it?
Whole stitch back, and then with our right hand needle we're going to go back through just with that.
Oh, I missed it. Come on.
And so if you need to change your thread because you've run out and you're stitching a long distance, or you just come to finish your actual stitching, you need to do 1.5 back stitches. And so what this is literally we're going to go one whole stitch back, and then with our right hand needle we're going to go back through just with that one, so for the half. And what this does is just locks the stitches in place, and it also makes sure that both threads are on the back side of what we are stitching. And so once you've done that, you can then trim the threads off. And so if you're going to start a new bit of stitching, you would start with one back stitch and carry on. Or if that was the end of your stitching, then you would go on to do your finishing touches.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you just go back one, and then you put one through to the side that you don't want to be in the front. That's easy enough. I'm thinking I should move the vise back over here. I don't think this is going to get stain on anything. Like if I just wipe this, yeah, this has absorbed its stain already. Cool. I'm going to move all this plastic then. I actually am shocked that this didn't make a huge mess. The stain was a honest pleasure to work with. It was great. I'll keep that. Alright, and then I want the vise back. Because that is going to hold on to it apart for us. And I'll use some cardboard to make sure it doesn't get damaged. Right, I gotta get the other needle set up. So I just realized my mic has been kind of behind me a little bit. I'm sorry if the audio was kind of shit for a little while. Ow, ow, just fucking stabbed myself. Her thread seemed a little thicker than mine. I don't know if that really matters or not. I'm sure it's just like a quality thing, but... Okay, no. Don't come off. Why are you not tightening like last time? Shit. What happened? Last time it was so easy. This time it just kind of slipped past for some reason. Oh, I think because I wasn't pulling this part out. I think that's what it is. Yep, that's what it was. There we go. Cool, that should be enough length. It's a very, very small stitch. I think I have to do 4 separate stitches though, so... no, 2, never mind. 4 sets of holes, only 2 actual stitches that I gotta do. Oh, that's why you need the awl to poke the hole through, is because these aren't gonna be perfectly aligned anyways. Alright, let's get this in here, and then I'll roll this up to kind of move it out of the way. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna... While this is still... Actually, you know what? I'll wait until it's done being stitched. I want to kind of crease this loop here to make it nice and sharp. Or not sharp, but tight, I guess. I think technically, I actually probably should spin this once I get it tightened up. I think you want to be able to tackle it from both sides. Let's do this. Hello, kitty. Let's move this out of your guys' way too. So I have my 2 needles here. And then where's my awl? There it is. So this is starting the second one, I think. There you go. See it poking through there, barely. You take this through. Oh shit, there we go. So she pulled it through, put the needle underneath or something like that. And then pull it in. And then while still holding the needle, kind of put it on top. Here it is. Actually, I have no idea how the whole saddle part, like the part that where you have to kind of cross the needle, I have no idea how that's supposed to work. I'm just gonna kind of wing it. It doesn't matter that much to me. I don't care too much about how the stitch looks, because it's gonna mostly be hidden anyway. I do care, however, if I get this done this stream or not, which I don't think I'm going to if I try to make it perfect. Because there's no way in hell I'm setting all this stuff back up on this table for, like, finishing this. It's not gonna happen. Oh, you know what? I should probably start on this side first. At least be consistent with that. There we go. Pull that in. Oh, I don't want to stab through the thread. That would be ideal. There we go. These things are insanely sharp. Pull that snug. Shit. I pulled it too snug. I pulled it out. Let's try that again. I guess I wasn't holding both sides like I thought I was. There we go. Now it's snug. And now the next one should actually lock it in place. Theoretically, at least. These needles are scary because you're like kind of holding the piece and pushing it towards yourself at the same time, and it's this sharp thing that could just like go right through your hand. I know I've seen people use like pliers to pull them out. That probably would be nice, but I only have like 20 holes total to do, so it's not something I'm gonna worry about today, I don't think. Come fuck on, get through. Thank you. It's so much funny how much easier it looks to do when a professional's doing it. Because this is like actually kind of hard. Come on, tighten up. But I'm sure there's a lot of compounding factors that are making this harder for me than it would be for a professional. Like not having exactly the right needles or the right just tools. This is also not an ideal setup for this this vise, I don't think. Or with this vise. But it's really turning out. It looks very good. Yeah, it looks awesome. I am very, very happy with it so far. It's pretty much done, but I'm still very happy with it so far. Okay, now I can actually just do the regular stitching. Come on, get through your hole. Go into your home. What the fuck? God damn. Leather is resilient as shit. It really does heal. Like I said, it kind of like, as you work on a part next to it, it kind of stretches everything out, or I guess compresses everything. And it becomes, it like poking a hole next to the other hole tightens the previous hole kind of thing. Oh god, that looks so good. All right, let's keep going. Oh shit, why is it not? Why is there like a weird loop thing here? What is that? No, no, no. Don't do that. What is going on here? I can't... I don't know if you guys can see, but there's like this piece sticking up here. I do not know why. Shit. What are you doing? It's like two of the strings fused to each other. I think it's because I stabbed through one of them. Oh, I did. Hang on. I gotta make sure I don't do that in the future. Okay, I think that should fix it. What? Didn't. Oh, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, we're good. Thank God. Alright, next one. Let's make your little hole. Stretch you out a bit. Make you nice and comfortable. Yeah, there's something that I guess they didn't really mention in that video. When you're coming out the other side, you have to make sure you don't stab through the thread that you just put in. Otherwise, it causes that problem, I think. Wait, what? What is this? What is this guy coming from? Oh, okay. The little like scraggler from the beginning keeps getting stuck over here. I gotta like tuck it away. So I keep getting confused about it. Those ones will get trimmed off later though, and I think this is you like heat up the string with a lighter to kind of melt it and push it into the stitch to seal it up. Nice and tight. Guys, I gotta say, this is so rewarding. Making my own belt. I might even just wear this. I mean, it's too long to just wear casually, but I like want to wear it casually. I kind of almost want to make another belt that is something that I can wear casually. This is really cool having made my own like accessory, and it actually looks good. And it feels, I don't know, it just feels cool to have made it. I love making stuff. Tighten down a little bit. It's slipping on me. Oh, I already made the hole big, never mind. Yeah, I gotta, just making the hole bigger when I go through with the awl is all I needed to do to, going through with the awl is all I needed to do to make it very, very much easier to do. It's not like mechanically challenging like it was a minute ago. This also would be way better with glue. I don't have the type of glue that you need for this though. You need, I mean, leather glue obviously, but you could also use like barge glue or rubber cement or whatever. I don't have any of that, unfortunately. I have silicone, but that takes like 24 hours to cure. Which I think it would work, but it just, you would have to clamp it overnight. I naively thought this was going to be like a 2-hour stream. It's crazy now looking back. It's almost been 4. Yeah, I'm not even a little bit bothering to try to do that thing she was talking about with crossing the needles over, because I'm struggling already as it is. Yeah, like I'm seeing when as I poke this hole through, the previous hole got smaller because it's like squishing back to make space for this one. It's very, very kind of odd, weird material to work with. It's very, I guess, I mean, it's organic obviously, but it feels organic as you're working with it, even though it's an inanimate object. It feels alive almost. And then I'm gonna do one back stitch where I go, yeah, I go this way. Wait, maybe I should use the awl for this. Yeah, I go this way, so there's just this one. Or I guess I go through this one with both. And then the next one only goes in through once, just to go to the back side. That's where it's going to be melted and kind of burnished. We've been listening to this soundtrack the whole time, and I swear there's only like 4 songs in it, and it's just looping. It's good though. I mean, or at least the songs are good. I mean, very chill. All right, and then I go one more with the outside one, kind of lock it in. Gotta make that hole bigger. I'm surprised that this one thing of stitching is enough to keep this together. Especially like, I mean, there's very large leather constructs that are held together like this, like saddles and stuff. I'm just surprised it's enough because I don't know. It's just like one. I guess it's 2 strings, but it's funny. The backside actually looks way better than the front. I think I should be poking my holes with the awl from the front. I think it looks cleaner. Let me actually kind of go through these and do that. Makes it look more consistent. I'll do that on the next side though. All right. First one done. I think all I gotta do is trim these, and I have enough on these needles still. I don't have to rethread them or anything. I think, at least. We'll see. Should have enough. Guys. I did the one thing. The one thing that I said I can't forget to do. What's wrong with this picture? There's not really getting any of those. There's not really any way to get those in there now, huh? Yep, no metal. Damn it, it looks so good too. Look at it. All right, well, let's open that bitch back up. At least it's an easy fix. It's just time. And honestly, I think I could make it cleaner the second time. But it's fine. It's so funny though, because like I was just talking about how like, oh, I can't forget that. That's like the one thing I can't forget to do. Huh, all right. Really quick though, while I'm doing this, I want to kind of squish this tip in here really quick. Make it a little bit flatter. That's it, just a little bit. Oh wow, it actually made it way lighter, look at that. Interesting. All right, metal in this. This is probably gonna make it really hard to clamp though with the metal in here. Also gonna turn the belt around so I can do this a little better. Also, you guys hear my cat meowing just now? I don't know if you can hear that or not. I don't know if he counts as noise to the noise filter. You have to open it up so far to get the stuff in here. It's so finicky. And just like, I don't know, it needs to be compressed, right? But it's also opened up so much more than it needs to be because I'm gonna have to twist this like 10 times to close it. Yeah, it's kind of wanting to squish the rings because the bar's in the way. Okay, I'm just gonna have to... It's not gonna hold the stitch closed this time, but... Hang on, that's not quite right. It's at least gonna hold it in place for me. Not ideal, but fine. There we go. Again, this is why glue is so much better. Is then you glue it and then you make these holes instead of the other way around. And the hole's already nice and big for me for the most part, so should be pretty easy. Oh yeah. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Try to make sure I don't accidentally pull it through this time like last time. You stay there. Ah, fuck. These things are they're like too sharp. They don't need to be this sharp. Like, you never are using these to stab through the leather. You already have a hole. God, that hurt. So sorry for smacking you. Ah, fuck me. I pulled it through. Gibelia, thank you for the 50 bits. I appreciate it, man. Here's a compensation for your medical bill. Thank you. My inevitable tetanus. I think I'm up to date on that, I hope, at least. Seriously, can't believe how sharp these are, though. It sucks. It's so unnecessary. Also, is 50 cents... is that like a Canadian joke? Canadian healthcare joke? Are you sending 50 cents because that's all it costs for you guys? Okay, gotta be careful. I don't have that much more thread. I don't have that much thread to work with compared to the last time, so I gotta be a little bit more careful here. One time I stapled my finger and it went straight through the bottom of the finger and out the top of my nail. Jesus Christ. Sending 50 cents so you can buy 2 band-aids. Thank you. I hope my blood doesn't become brown because of all the stain on here. Let me go back through. Please don't stab me. You stay there. I'm actually like, now I'm like paranoid of getting stabbed, and I'm surprised I didn't get stabbed the first time around. The one that I'm worried about though is having my finger in a way that's gonna go between my fingernail and my finger. That would be the pain one. Even the awl isn't nearly as sharp as the needle, which it just doesn't make any sense. Like the awl I would understand, because that actually kind of has to, you know, poke through stuff sometimes. All right, cinch that up. Wow, that's just so surprisingly tight for only like 2 little things. 2 little stitches. It's already tighter than I can pull. No, don't stab through. I think actually maybe that's why these are sharp, is so that you're more easily able to kind of squeeze it between the leather and the thread, so you don't actually stab through the other thread. Though if it was less sharp, it would have less of an ability to stab through the thread, so I don't know what the logic is here. Maybe these are just bad and they're cheap and they don't make them right or something, I don't know. Because it was like $12 for all of this shit. It was actually crazy cheap. Well, not for everything, but I mean for all the tools, I should say. The leather itself is twice the price of the tools. Which is almost never how it is with hobbies. But I guess, I mean, leatherworking's been around forever, right? So it makes sense that the tools would be very simple. When you can get fancy tools, like you can get big leather sewing machines and skeevers and all kinds of stuff, but do just as fine, it's not as fast with all these hand tools. Crickets? Are you bored? I know it's not the most entertaining content, but I'm having fun. No, I just got here. Oh, okay. Nice and tight. I'm announcing my presence. I see. Is your presence, you just kind of show up and just... Oh, I can't see the camera, so you can't see me, but you just stare at the camera? Or stare at the person that you show up and you just cricket sounds? Hey chat, how's it going? Say hi to Pablo, everyone. You were showing up. I mean, it's not quite done, but in the last couple finishing steps of making this belt. I swear my title is not clickbait. I'm pretty sure nobody has made a belt on Twitch before. I'm like 90% sure. 99% sure. I don't really think there's that many makers on Twitch, which is surprising. Oh, fuck. Almost got myself again. Is that sniffa or... I don't know what that means. Oh, it's that sniffa or psst. I get it. I see. I see what you're saying. Let's make this hole a little bigger. All right, now I can do my little finishing stitch thing. Oh no! How did this come undone? What? The knot came undone on this needle. I think it's fine though. I think I can get it to work still. As long as it doesn't fall off. Okay, so have this one go through, because this is the back, yeah. So this one goes through. I think I get what the awl is for. It's not, I mean, you obviously it's to make the hole bigger so the needle goes through, but it's also to make it so the hole's in the right spot so that the needle doesn't stab through the thread. So getting that right is very important too. Is that blood on your fingers? No, God, that would be insane. No, it's stained from the belt. Because I turned this into... this was just a raw piece of leather that I stamped, and we stained it, and we did some stuff where we made the tip look like a butt plug. This is for my wizard cosplay. It's not something I'm going to be wearing just casually, if you were wondering. It'd be a little bit weird if it was a casual belt, I think. Oh, the needle fell off like I didn't want it to. Cool. Fix that. Should theoretically be able to treat this like crochet, where I can just, as long as the, should a thimble, as long as the thread is in here and it's tight, it should go through. Come on. I fucking need pliers. I'll just do the awl. I'll just not be lazy. Wait, this needs to go, yeah, second one. Come on, go through. There we go. Yeah, that worked totally fine. And then this one is the last one that goes through. And this time we actually have the fucking metal in the right spot, so we don't have to redo this third time. That would suck. we go. Where'd my knife go? There it is. All right. One down, one to go. It's out of here if I can. This is so not an ideal leather vise. But yeah, there's the first stitch here. It's not the prettiest thing ever, and honestly, now that I'm looking at it, it just isn't great to have the pattern coming all the way up to the stitching. But it'll be strong, I think, at least. It'll hold up. The edge will be nice and burnished. Eventually, you won't really see that gap there. It'll look like it's one piece. I hope. These have plenty of play in them, so it'll let the belt slip through there. Pretty sure, yeah. It's plenty of space. Well, actually, it'll have about that much play, which I think is good. Hopefully. Yeah. If it's not, I'll make it good either way. So this one, I think we let the rings up top. Again, I'm using this cardboard so that the vise doesn't like damage the leather. This is gonna be actually way easier to work on because it's visible. It doesn't have like the piece of belt on top of it, making it hard to see anything. Actually, I want to turn this around. What a cool belt. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm very happy with it. And it's cool to say that I have made it too. Like if I just bought this, that's one thing, but like I don't know. Just the making it part is cool to me. These are kind of actually in the way. Wait, if I just shove them? No, that's gonna get in the way too. Can't. I was wondering if I could like hang them from something on the ceiling, but wait. I think actually if I do that and just work through these, that's actually fine. Wait. Now you just need 8 of them if you want to be a true anime protagonist. Do anime protagonists have a lot of belts? Oh wait, I gotta get these needles set up. Lulu from Final Fantasy X? I don't know who that is. I've played Final Fantasy X, I know about it, but I don't know who Lulu is. I don't remember, at least. Lots of belts, though, makes me think about, like, D&D, not anime. Oh, here, let me do this in a way that you guys can see. Not that you can see anyways, but more interesting than my hands just being off screen. I'm gonna trim this time so it's not in my way. Last time I had to keep pulling it through manually. There we go. Should be good. I guess I probably could have made these longer. I have plenty of excess thread. Go. Yeah, I figured out how to make these much more efficient, I think. Like, kind of tighter. Rather than having it be like this huge loop coming off the back. It's kind of cool. Cool strategy, just feeding it through the needle like that. Or feeding the needle through the thread like that. It's kind of cool. Alright. Let's finish this bit. Let's finish this bitch up. God, it's like gaping. Actually, I probably shouldn't have opened it up so much because it's going to make it harder to set the thread in here. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, working through the rings, I think, is going to be totally fine. It's a little bit more, I guess, finicky, but it's not too bad. Also, it's crazy. These needles, I don't know if you can see. I'll just shoot it over here. You could just stab them into this board and they just stay there. That's how sharp they are. Like, it's insane. All right. Next one is here. It's always hard to find this one because it's on the edge, so the whole thing wants to flex a little bit more. And you can't tell if you're in the hole or if you're just pushing next to the hole, but I got it in the hole this time. There we go. What is that? Here's Rufus from Final Fantasy VII. He literally has a skirt of belts. Let me, I'll do the jankiest way possible to show this. Please don't be just like straight up pornography. Yeah, that's awesome. Also, ignore all this shit. Just the stupid extension that I have. Link is broken. No, it worked. Yeah, it worked. Worked for me, at least. Sometimes the wiki links are weird, though. They don't work the way that you would expect them to sometimes. I don't know why. God, I'm so paranoid of stabbing my finger again. I keep like triple checking. Especially on these first ones, because it's a little bit, you have to keep your finger a little bit closer to hold everything together. At least the way that I'm doing it. No, 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 don't pull through, please. Just get snug. Just snug. What are you doing? Why is it... Wait, what? Did this one not go through the side, I guess? Wait, what? Okay, this one has to... Oh, damn it, I gotta restart. What the fuck? Wait, what? What are you doing? Why is it not... It's like... Wow, I can't talk. Non-Euclidean string. Get out of there, bitch. God, what are you doing? I somehow have tied the string around itself, even though I didn't do that. Sure. I think I stabbed through it again on accident. Wait, it tied around itself? How? I wasn't paying attention. I think the clicking that link, I lost my spot, and I ended up doing one of the sides twice or something. Can you just fucking let go? Pretty wild how tight this tied knot is, because it's only one loop, but because it's this like wax thread, it has so much friction against itself that it doesn't want to come undone. I actually don't even know what happened here. I'm gonna just cut this off and restart. I have no idea what happened just now. This stuff is so sticky though, it's kind of cool. All right, restart. What? Knife went through but didn't cut. Oh my god, just... I don't know what's happening with this thread. It's like magic right now. There we go. Let's get a new one. can give myself extra length too. I have to worry about it. Oh, the playlist, the song finally ended. Oh, no, it's just YouTube doing the video pause continue watching thing. Finally gonna get new songs though, instead of the same 4 over and over again. Which admittedly I probably should have changed the playlist at some point, but I kind of was liking it. I was enjoying it. I swear this stuff is getting stickier, like, just over time. I don't know if it's getting warmer in here or what, but it's becoming more waxy. Which I think is good for the product, but... Crazy Taxi OST? I don't even know what the Crazy Taxi OST is. I mean, I know what Crazy Taxi is, but I have no idea what the music in that game sounds like at all. Never played it before. I don't think I've even seen it played before. I don't know what the game even is. It's like GTA, but you're a taxi driver, right? Something like that. Why is this not fucking working? There we go. It's nothing but the Offspring and Bad Religion. I do like Offspring, but I am afraid that playing that music on my stream would get the stream taken down pretty quick. As unfortunate as that is. It seems like DMCA gold for the people that own it. Alright, let's do this again. Snug, not all the way through. There we go. I got it to lock. Cool. Now we're good. I really don't know what happened last time. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally, like, stitch around the ring, the metal ring thing here, and accidentally incorporate it into the stitch. No, don't go through the fucking string. Okay, I got it all, like, every time. There we go. Yeah, it's nice and tight. Sweet. Okay, now we can just bust through this really quick, because this is the easy part. It's the beginning and the end that take a long time, because you have to keep going back and forth between to lock it in place. Hands probably warming up the string. That's probably true, yeah. So I think that, oh, never mind. You already, I don't know how I saw the Offspring and Bad Religion message, but not the string message, the hands message. It hasn't been that bad, again, up until just a little bit ago, but my back is gonna be so happy when I can get out of this chair. I haven't worked with my hands like this and for this long of a time, like in a row without stopping, for years. Ever since I worked at like a pizza place, I think. Kind of miss it. It hurts a little bit, but I kind of miss it. You're busy. Yeah, it's fair, but not busy, or not too busy to see messages. Also, Leo, it looks like you grabbed one of the founder badges. That's pretty awesome. Hopefully that means something someday. I think there are... this came undone again. Make redo it. I think there's 3 or 4 of those left. Actually, I think there might only be... I think there's only 3 left. 2 or 3. And then obviously, if I get partner, we get a few more, but not sure when that'll happen. Hopefully sooner than later, but I probably have to make better content than making a belt for 4 hours to get partner. To be completely honest with myself. But like I said, I'm loving this, and I needed to do this anyways, so I'm doing it. Oh, I can use the rings to actually hold the leather in place and not hit my fingers in the line of fire. Awesome. Two or 3 more here, and then we're done. I guess 3 more. 3.5 more, and we're done. Why is this not going through? Hello? There you go. No, why do you keep coming off? The fuck? I keep tying it on here, but it keeps coming off. I don't know how it's possible because I'm like stabbing it through the thread and everything. I'm just gonna tie a knot. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't think it's gonna be an issue anyways. Yeah, it seems fine. As long as I don't pull too hard. Oh, it's the other needle that came undone. Maybe I'm either pulling too hard or just I'm doing it wrong compared to what the lady in the video said to do. So it keeps it coming undone every once in a while. All right, that's the actual, well, actually one more needle. That's the actual stitching done, and then we just gotta lock it in place. And then we'll do, I think, just a tiny bit of burnishing, maybe. Just to see how it looks. How do I do this? I need to go, which one's, the back? This is the front. So I need to go through here. And then it's actually getting kind of tight because the needle is longer than the thread that I have left to work with, so it doesn't want to like come out far enough to be able to hook it back in. Also, obviously you guys were donating some bits. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been manually adding the bits to the donation counter at the top because unfortunately I don't know a way to make bits and direct donations all go to the same like progress bar, so I've just been adding them manually. It's not ideal, but it is what it is, I guess. Let's deal with it. I'll figure it out someday. I'm still kind of learning how to automate things and make interfaces and all that shit. All right. That is done. And there's that. Let me go get a lighter really quick so we can melt these properly. I'll be right back. Shit. How do I get out of here? That works. All right. Should be like the finishing step to actually make the belt functional. Well, I mean, it's already functional, but to make it finished, I guess, on some degree. So I think should be able to just cut this short and then melt it and then use the lighter to kind of push it in, right? I think I did that right. Probably avoid breathing it in. I've got one more on this side. I think this is how I've seen people do it. I'm hoping this doesn't come undone. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if it did. It's... Yeah, that totally works. It's like turns it into a soft plastic, and you can kind of squish it down into the joint or into the hole. Hey, again, Jabelli, thank you for the $1. Appreciate it. I like the bits sound. Like, I obviously, as a streamer, I like hearing bits because it's money, right? But like, I actually just like the sound effect that it makes through Streamlabs. Kind of fun. I've always kind of liked hearing it, like just on other streams and stuff. But I also get excited when other streams get subs and stuff. So I think it's just maybe part of me getting excited that money's moving around or something. I don't know. One more. All right. This isn't the prettiest stitching ever. It's actually pretty rough because I had to get crazy with the awl. But over time, this will kind of relax a little bit and it'll look a little bit better. Also, again, this doesn't need to look great. It's supposed to look kind of rough. Let's I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to show this, but let me try putting it on. God damn, this thing's long. It's awesome. Let me pan this up a little bit for you. I'm wearing an apron, so it's probably gonna look a little weird. But honestly, it's not that weird compared to my wizard outfit. So it should go through the two like that, and then back through top one. It's going to take a little bit of working to get the belt into a more flexible state. And then I think I don't know exactly how to get it to face the right way. Also, I know the audio is terrible right now. But then it'll come down like this, something like that. Maybe not exactly like that, but similar. This needs to be figured out. I might need to make a crease in it to get it to work, but that's how it'll come down, and it comes out about this far, which is perfect. Wanted to reach my knees roughly. I mean, technically, the better way to do it is probably... Actually, no, this works, right? Yeah, there we go. That's exactly how I want it. Because then it comes out more centered, too. So it's a little bit weird here, the joint part, but it's not too bad. I like it. It's very, I don't know, very medieval Renaissance kind of look, which is what it's for. So, pretty cool. And then I'm just going to do a little before and after burnish on just like one part, because I want to see how it's going to look, and I want you guys to see how it'll look eventually. Let me get this back off. So you can see how the edges they're very flat still, and they're kind of rough. They have like this kind of rough open texture to them. But if you take this tool, this thing here, it looks like a honey dipper, and you run that edge through one of these grooves, which I think is probably this one here. I think you're supposed to have some sort of like liquid that you put on this to make this better. But let me do a little bit more. I don't know which size I'm supposed to use. I might do a little bit of research on how this all works. I think it'll also be a little bit easier once the belt is more dry, because it's still a little bit flexible and floppy right now because it's the stain. It's still kind of wet. It's not quite there, but you can see. So this is unburnished here, and this is a little bit burnished. It's really probably hard to see, but it's kind of how it's like shiny. It's starting to become more like plasticky. Because basically what you're doing is you're just taking it and compressing it like really heavily. I might even have like just set this up on the coffee table and just keep going through and just use the vise. It'd probably be a lot easier. But yeah. Even without the burnishing, I think this thing's pretty damn cool, and I think it's awesome to have a belt I made. Even if it's not something I'm going to be wearing all the time, it'll be for a specific costume. I don't think anything else it'll really work with, but thanks all you guys for hanging out here, and thanks for the bits and for the subs. I'll see you guys probably, yeah, I'm assuming Thursday. I don't really have anything planned, but we'll figure something out. And then Friday will be Poppy playtime for a few hours. I think I can finish chapter 2 because it's way longer than chapter 1. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Have a good one.